Okay. All right. Well, look, I'm absolutely delighted that Richard can join us this afternoon or the morning, as far as the American guests are concerned. I actually first heard Richard on a podcast several years ago, and he's appeared reasonably regularly on podcasts, and I thought his work was really interesting, so that's why I reached out to him. He's written quite a few articles historically, and it sort of culminated in a book relatively recently. And I think, Richard, I actually read your original Rambler article, God knows how many years ago, maybe 10 years ago or something of that ilk. The book I'm referring to is this book here. I hope you can see that, which is The Deep State in the Heart of Texas. I'm about halfway or so through it. It's basically these extremely extended essays in the main, one of which is on the rifle, which we will be talking about today, and one of which is on the Rambler, or Ramblers. Really, really good detailed research with some tremendous connections and links, which I'm sure Richard is going to get onto at some point today. So the format is going to be we're going to break Richard's research down into various sections, covering quite a lot of different aspects of the Kennedy assassination that Richard has tackled, and they will probably be on average 15 to 20 minutes each section. I may or may not pose a question or two during each section, and then when that comes to a natural conclusion, I'll open it up to the floor for you to talk to Richard. As usual, the questions can come through the chat if you would prefer Tony or I to pose them, or you can speak directly to Richard. There will be some comfort and drinks breaks, no doubt. There's a lot of different stuff to cover, to be honest with you. He's done some extensive research across the board, including the Rambler, including Mac Wallace, including John Connolly. The subjects are quite varied, in fact. So whilst Richard is talking, if I could ask you to make sure you're on mute. If you are having any bandwidth problems, obviously just drop out your video, switch off your cameras as well. So Richard, if you want to just start, please, by giving us, 10 minutes or so of your background, your research history, how you got into this thing, the researchers that you've worked with, who your mentors have been, and so forth. If you can include the organizations that you've been very much involved in setting up as well. And also think if we could just touch on in your introduction, which I'm sure you can lead on to it much later, but some of the incredible family ties that you have to the Kennedy assassination, and obviously some of the other characters that you've been connected with in some way, having grown up in Dallas and moved to Austin. I think the first three sections that we're going to tackle are going to be in order. Firstly, D.H. Byrd and the Texas School Book Depository and all those connections. Fascinating area, that is. And we've got Bill Weston on the call as well, who's an authority on the TSBD. And then I think, Richard, if we then can go into the rifle, which is, we can, when the breaks come, I'll refresh this. If we can then go into the rifle, and then I think we must tackle the whole fascinating history of the Rambler as well. So those are the big three, and then we'll move into the others later on.
Thank you very much for having me. Nice to meet the gang in London and elsewhere. Let's start. Before we started recording, we mentioned this chair that I'm sitting in. It sort of starts in the middle of this story, but I actually married into the conspiracy a bit. My wife, I discovered shortly after we started dating in 1982 that her uncle was Erwin Schwartz. And this was the chair that I interviewed him every Thanksgiving. He sat in this was his favorite chair at my wife's family home in Dallas. And I would get to talk. Irwin was the only family member who even wanted to talk about the assassination. He just, as a brief introduction to who Irwin Shorts is, he was Abraham Zapruder's business partner. And he was there. He was out having lunch on Northwest Highway at the time the assassination happened. Of course, they heard about it. As soon as it happened, they left the restaurant. They went to one of the friends' apartments, turned on the TV. Irwin said, I got to get back to 501 Elm, which is what they called it. He constantly said, Daltex, what is that? Nobody called it Daltex. It was 501 Elm. And third floor, third and fourth, yeah, floors. And he headed back, and he was with Abe Zapruder during the entire rest of the day until late night, and was still getting people knocking on the door and phone calls. Anyway, that's the middle of the story when I got married. Let's go back to 44 years ago. Well, 1988. Well, let's go back. Let's go back to the beginning. I was in Dallas. I was in second grade, Tysinger Elementary School in Mesquite, Texas. Those who've read the Warren Report have seen the name Mesquite, Texas. I was born in Oak Cliff. A couple of blocks, four blocks, 20-minute walk from the house on Harlandale to the south. And of course, I didn't know all this at the time. I was a baby. But I grew up there until 1960 when we moved to Mesquite. I entered school about 65. We moved to Garland. During this whole time, my dad works at Collins Radio, which is another trigger word in the assassination in Richardson, Texas. And so I lived in the suburbs of Dallas and New Dallas at the time of the assassination. One quick example of my toddler years that I still have memories of, and that's going to the corner store, the convenience store, which, little known to me, they didn't exist anywhere but in Oak Cliff, Texas at that time. And it was called Cabell's Minute Market. The Cabell family owned a dairy in Dallas. They had been 3 generations of mayors, one of whom was mayor at the time, Earl Cabell. No, not until 62. He became mayor. He didn't want to become mayor, but he did. So there were 3 generations of Cabell mayors. They were a big deal in Dallas. They basically ran Dallas. And Cabell's Minute Market was a little convenience store. They had this idea, we can put little stores on street corners that are closer than the big supermarkets. They eventually sold those little stores to the Southland Corporation, and they became 7-Eleven. And that's where 7-Eleven began to grow up. So I have a lot of experience that I remember in Oak Cliff, the 1957. I was only one. I was one when the Dallas tornado, 57 Dallas tornado hit. That's my earliest memory. I remember seeing that tornado on the horizon from our porch. So born in Oak Cliff, lived in the suburbs of Dallas, all of which are mentioned big time in the Warren Commission hearings. And so I experienced the pre-assassination, assassination, and the aftermath until I moved to Austin, Texas to go to college, transfer college. I started college in Dallas. And so you can imagine, and my elementary school was only 13 miles from Dealey Plaza. My principal was a lady, and she had been at the motorcade, not in Dealey Plaza, but she had seen the president in the motorcade. She came back after the assassination, announced it over the PA, and dismissed school. And I have vivid memories after that of walking out of the classroom with the other students and looking back and seeing my teacher in tears. I began to walk home. I met up with my brother, my older brother. We began to walk home, which was only a block and a half. But my mom comes speeding up to the curb in the car and says, "Get in. I will not have you walking around Dallas when we don't have a president." And so we rushed home, turned on the TV, and sat there the whole weekend through Monday. That was my first experience. And of course, you don't know things are defining moments when they're happening. But I eventually realized as a researcher later on, this was the defining moment of my life. And I look back to, you're asked as a kid, what do you want to be when you grow up? And of course, I knew because I had art talent that was discovered in second grade by my second grade teacher. And so I always knew I was going to be an artist, but you always still have these plans of, oh, I want to be a fireman, a policeman, a cowboy, Superman, whatever. But no, after the assassination, I would say, I want to be a Secret Service agent so I can protect the president. And that led into the whole James Bond, Man from Uncle, spy culture craze of the 60s. And I was very into that for the same reason. Everyone had a sense that secret things went on with that assassination. And nobody really talked about it. My mom and I talked about it. My mom would notice things in the paper that were weird. Like, well, the Secret Service met with the Parkland doctors and suddenly they changed their story. People noticed stuff like that. My mom noticed it, and it scared her, and she made sure that we knew that this was going on. And so I was aware of this background stuff going on in the place itself. Now, and nobody's a researcher. There's Vince Salandria. There's all the first generation people that are there that weekend. They start making travel plans. Mark Lane, they're doing it. A handful of people. It grew into the people who were writing the books later, Sylvia Marr, Josiah Thompson, and of course, Mark Lane, Rush to Judgment. We're aware of all this, and especially in Dallas, we're very interested in all this. And you think, and even during '64, the Warren Commission, the investigations going on, you're reading the papers, and you think, well, they're going to get to the bottom of this. And then the rest of the history and all the other investigations that came about. And you're watching all this, but it wasn't until 1988, and I credit Joe McBride for being my wake-up alarm when he wrote his piece for The Nation about Mr. George Bush of the CIA being contacted to see the reaction of the Cuban exiles in Florida to the assassination. He wrote that in 1988. And I said, the election was coming up, and it was a certainty, not like this year, it was a certainty that George Bush was going to become the president in November. And so in September, I said, I got to reread everything I've already read on it, and I've got to start buying books and reading everything else I can get on it. And that's when I started building my library and seriously started studying the subject every day. And it's been nonstop since that fall of '88. Thanks, Joe McBride, for that. The blessing and the curse of it. And of course, once you start reading in detail, you start seeing, and that's why I entitled the intro to my book is called My Small World of JFK Conspiracy, because I began to see, and I was already married by this point, and I began to see that, not only did I marry into this extended family of the Zapruders, my brother was dating a woman who was the great niece of B.H. Combest, the Dallas Police Department detective who was the last man to speak to Oswald on the floor of the jailhouse basement before they got him into the ambulance.
Mhm.
And then I started noticing it everywhere. The more detail I learned, I started noticing it all around us. Every single Dallasite, every single Texan, as a matter of fact, will have that experience if they would only read the details of that crime. You will see it in your family. You will see it in your friends. You'll see it in your friend's family. Everywhere. You will see it everywhere. The people who eventually became the leaders of your state and your town and your city, you'll see it everywhere. It's a small world. The conspiracy is a small world in Texas, and nobody knows about it. Most people don't know about it. That's my basic bio. So let's leave it there. I did go to
Okay.
the University of Texas,
Well,
and the whole 9 yards.
well, yeah, that's incredible connections, particularly the family side. But what about some of the organizations that you've been involved in establishing?
Well, now it's 88, it's 89, and I'm discovering amazing things, especially in 89. They're bizarre, but it's like you don't even believe them when you find them. It wasn't until about 1990, and you started hearing this buzz. I will say this, though. Let me add this. I don't think I've talked about this anywhere else. In 89, I think it was, I'd already been reading for many months. So I was probably 10 dozen books in. And we have to go to LA for a wedding. No. Maybe it was our layover for the. Anyway, we're in LA and we're taking the van from the airport. And everybody in LA, of course, is a screenwriter or an actor, wannabe, and they have other jobs. And that was the case with the driver of our van. And so we started talking movies and screenwriting. And I said to him, I've been reading a lot about the JFK assassination lately. It's amazing that nobody has pitched that movie on the JFK assassination. And he goes, interesting, you're right. And this was 2 years before JFK. Of course, since I had said that to him, I would notice anything that popped up, any press about the movie business and the JFK assassination. Sure enough, it appeared when Oliver Stone started buying up other properties to keep them from making movies about it. And I followed that whole thing. So it wasn't until 1990, we're back in LA in 1990. And by this time, well, I had read Best Evidence in 1980, as a matter of fact. And not only that, here's another small world story. My wife's sorority sister, who's getting married in LA, and we're going to her wedding, 1990, she had once dated David Lifton. And so I said, oh, this might be my chance to get to talk to David Lifton. So I said, I'm gonna try. My wife just cringes when I say stuff like that because she thinks I'm going to embarrass celebrities when I try to talk to them. But so she tries to insulate me from knowing that they're there. We were at Clint Eastwood's bar once, restaurant, and she knew that he was there in the bar just a few feet away, and she never told me for that reason. Anyway, so I just cold call. I looked in the phone book back when there were phone books in the hotel. I looked it up. David Lifton had his phone number and address. Called him up from the hotel, told him who I was, mentioned our friend's name, who he remembered, was glad that she was getting married, wanted to send his greetings. So we hit it off. I told him what I was researching. He told me a little bit what he was researching. Things even today, I'm reluctant to mention some of them, but privately I do, which gives you insight into Lifton and a few other researchers. But that was my first contact with a researcher, was David Lifton, 1990. After that, we're back to Texas, and the Assassination Information Center is now open in the West End, a few blocks from Dealey Plaza. Larry Howard and Gary Shaw. And so I pop in there I'm beginning to write my manuscript on the Rambler. I'm doing the basic research by 1990, and I'm finding amazing things. And I thought, well, you know, Larry Howard and Gary Shaw might be interested in this. So I printed out manuscripts for them, walked in, talked to them. They brought me back to the office. We hit it off. I would credit Gary Shaw and Larry Howard with being my first mentors. Somewhat David Lifton, but if you ever knew David Lifton, you'd know that he's hard to become friends with. He's not easy to befriend. Gary Shaw and Larry Howard were different. They were easy to befriend, and they became mentors, especially Gary Shaw. And so they were early mentors, encouraged me, of course, thought I found some amazing things with the Rambler, and it was off and running from there.
Yeah.
I have to know when to stop talking.
No, I could hear you talk all day. It's fascinating, Richard. Okay, but you were part of COPA, weren't you? And that was what I was leading to, and the recent organisation that you've got involved in. If you could just enlighten the group.
Let me introduce my relationship with COPA with telling you how it started. So it's 1990, and the buzz about the Stone movie is really starting to circulate in 1990. He's already setting up locations. He's scheduled to film in Dallas, which I went to with my friend. One of the photos I sent you, by the way, this might be a good time to show one of those. Myself and a friend at a conference reception. That's Juan Garcia, one of my early cohorts in research. In fact, I tried to talk John. I called him John back then, but he changed it to Juan later. He was studying classics down at the bottom there. He was studying classics at the University of Texas, so very smart guy. He had studied at Princeton, and you know, he was a scholar. He was in graduate school. I was working at UT by this time. This is the very first conference, the ASK conference in Dallas, 1990, is it? 90, yeah, 90. Yeah, 90. No, 91. Yeah. Maybe it's, all right. Maybe it's 1990, fall of 1990. But that previous spring, the South by Southwest conference, which was smaller back then, was going to have because of the buzz of the Stone film circulating, South by Southwest decided to have a media panel on the assassination, who killed Kennedy. It had Earl Goals, Hugh Ainsworth, and the guy in Houston who I can't remember the name now, but the guy in Houston who revealed that Oswald was being paid by the FBI back in '64. And he worked for the Houston Post reporter. Anyway, they were the panel, and a guy named Joe Nick Potowski, who's a local music historian, respected guy, editor at Texas Monthly Magazine for years. He was the moderator. And the panel was packed. It was like half of a ballroom. If you know, a ballroom will take 500 people. This was half. So crowded, it was 200 people, but then people were standing around the back walls and then crowded at the doorway, back a ways. Everybody wanted to hear what was going on in this little room. And the panel went for its hour and a half or so. And at the end, the question and answers were going hot and heavy, and nobody wanted to leave. And when they finally ran us out of there because they had to get it ready for the next presentation, a group of us filtered into a back hallway on the other side, this corridors in the back, and continued talking. After that, I'm out in the lobby, and Joe Nick Potowski is out there, the moderator. And I went up to Joe and I said, you just saw what happened in there. Nobody wanted to leave. you guys are in the conference business. What if you had a conference on nothing but this? And I could see the wheels turning. Next thing I know, a few months later, I get this nice fancy mail invitation to the ASK conference, the Assassination Symposium on John F. Kennedy in Dallas for that November. So I started with that. This is the reception. This photo is the reception at that meeting. There was a documentary filmmaker going around with a huge camera doing Beyond JFK. And this is the still from Beyond JFK, which was packaged with the box set of Oliver Stone's JFK. And so we were captured there. A little group that I was with was captured there talking at the reception. And so anyway, so the ASK conferences went on for a couple of years. And I was privy to the, I know that James DiEugenio has written about this, but nobody seems to understand what was going on here. Why did a rock and roll music event company put on a JFK assassination conference? Because it was an entertainment event, and they were more than just music. They were media, which is why they held the panel discussion. They always they start out, now it's a whole week of media and then the music for a couple of weeks. Back then, it was like they started out with the media panel and then went to the music. But they had a meeting, and they looked at their list of conferences and events, and it was like, which one doesn't belong? They knew that this had gotten away from them, the JFK Assassination Conference, because it was hugely popular back then. And they were making money off of it, of course, but it really didn't fit their business model. And so they said, we gotta dump this. So they decided to give it to Mary Farrell. She was still a big deal, maybe the biggest deal. She had reached her pinnacle as far as fame as a researcher. And so they turned the conference over to Mary Farrell. There was a protege. Mary Farrell had a protege. She was becoming elderly at the time. And the protege was Mary Crouch was her name at the time. And eventually became Mary, wait, is it Mary? Yeah, but Conway Lancer. And so I'll do a little bit of dirty business here. I'm sure researchers, you're aware of the long history of multiple conferences in Dallas. It pretty much started at that third ASK conference that was run by Mary Farrell, because at the end of the conference, I think it was co-run by Gary Shaw. At the end of the conference, Mary Farrell announced that she was turning over her responsibilities and the whole responsibility for the conference to Conway. And some of us were concerned about that. John Judge was concerned, Aguilar, Mantic, Bill Kelly, list goes on. There were about 25 people who gathered in the lobby after the conference had ended. We were all, getting ready to check out. And there were a bunch of us down in the lobby at once. And John Judge and Mantic and Aguilar said, gather around, everyone. Let's talk about this. We were concerned that this conference that ASK had started, South by Southwest had started, was being turned over to someone new and that we didn't know. And even though Mary Farrell was doing it, there were people who were aware of Mary Farrell at that time, very few. Even today, there are people who respect her. But if you read Joe McBride's book, Into the Nightmare, that's the best expose that's been done of Mary Farrell. And if you read my essay at my blog site, Substack, I go into a little bit of that, but I focus on a former FBI guy there in Dallas named Ferris Rookstool, and I call the essay Ferris Rookstool's Day Off. So Ferris Rooksville was way in the background at this time, and he was a cohort of Mary Farrell, which very few, I heard about it back then. And I asked myself, who is this guy, Ferris Rooksville? And, I spent 30 years saying, I'm going to write an essay about him someday called Ferris Rooksville's Day Off. And it took me 30 years to write it, but I did. But that's why we were concerned. So some people knew about Mary Farrell, some people, but we were very concerned about Lancer and Conway, because she was running a mail order business with a guy named Tom Jones. We knew about that because they were distributing our books and stuff, our manuscripts. And some of us had difficult times with their mail order business. And they wielded their power there a little harshly with some people, including myself. So I was listening intently at what was being said at this little gathering, this impromptu meeting. And at the end of it, John Judge said, we need to form our own conference. We can't rely on this conference being the only conference. We have to make sure that the truth is told. So, we proposed the conference. We were, doing it by mail correspondence. And this was 93, by 94, by June of 94, we meet in Washington, D.C. for the organizational meeting of the Coalition on Political Assassinations, COPA. And that's where that started. And I still have the founding documents for that John sent us, the list of the people who were there. I was a roommate at the hotel where it was held in DC with Bill Kelly, and that's when I met him, and he gave a presentation on Collins radio at that. He stayed up the night before his presentation reading my manuscript on the Rambler because I had gone into Collins radio pretty extensively. Naturally, I felt I was obligated to, since my dad worked at Collins radio. And he was aware as a co-worker of people like Kenneth Porter, who married Marina married Marina Oswald in 1964. And I knew through him telling my mom and my mom telling me, the last thing I thought I was going to do when I went into my JFK research and writing was interview my mom. But I found myself doing that. I had a formal interview with my mom about what she knew about Kenneth Porter marrying Marina Oswald, and that's in the manuscript. That's in my book now.
Yeah,
and it's an amazing little story about what his co-workers thought of the whole thing. So that takes us to COPA, and it's the 90s now, and COPA's having meetings in Dallas, and I'm going to everything in Dallas annually. September 1st, 1994, I meet a gentleman named John Fraser Harrison, former Dallas Police Department reserve officer. By this time, he had been through electronics businesses here in Austin, eventually getting into real estate, one of the biggest real estate firms in Austin. And then we had a big housing bust, and he lost everything in that housing bust in real estate. And when I met him, he was living in his step van on whatever property he could finagle from friends. And I had a friend who had a house all to himself in central Austin and a driveway. And as I befriended Jay, he, asked, about, he said he had to move his van from where it is. And I asked Steve, my friend Steve Bright, if he could park his van there, use his utilities. He said, sure. That's how good a friend. My other cohort in research was Steve Bright. Juan Garcia and Steve Bright and myself were the main discoverers of the initial facts on the Rambler. And we of course, we bought the car. The professor who owned the car, you're kind of changing subjects here. I don't know how much you want to transition into the details of the Rambler.
just to try and get you back on track a bit there, if we could, the Rambler is in our top three. Could we now sort of move into DH Byrd and the TSBD, because obviously that's a fascinating story, and Bill is obviously on the call at the moment as well. He might want to chip in, and just
Yes, indeed.
the whole milieu of that, the connections that come from Byrd, and so forth.
Okay, well, let me blend with my story, my introductory story with that. We backtrack back to when I'm in college. I'm not a researcher, but I'm reading on occasion. My first book I actually bought on the case was Sylvia Maher's Accessories After the Fact. My first year in college, they actually had it in the college bookstore. And, I'm always interested in it because it was a defining moment. It's always in the back of my mind. It made me who I was. Didn't know that even yet. But I went to the University of Texas after 2 years at a community college in Dallas. I went to the University of Texas and joined the Longhorn Band, the marching band for the University of Texas Longhorns football team. That's a cultural experience in itself. It's like joining a fraternity, a super fraternity, because it's your entire social life. You're initiated, there's rituals, there's training, you learn the entire history of the university. And I have lost visual. I want to make sure I'm still being heard.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. So part of the culture of the Longhorn Band is D.H. Byrd, because he was a huge contributor. He was a wealthy oil man by this time, living in Dallas. And he had gone to the University of Texas, was a huge football fan there, would go to the games, and he loved the band, and he gave it lots of money. And the brand new music building and band hall that I practiced in and rehearsed in was the building that was built with his funds. And we had a very special room in that music building. It was a plush leather furniture, paneled walls, a stone fireplace, lush, like you would see more likely at the Dallas Petroleum Club, where rich oil men hung out. We had a room like that in the music building at the University of Texas, Music Building East, over by the football stadium. And we called it the Byrd Room. So if you're in the Longhorn Band, you know who D.H. Byrd is, and you know because you're going and you are relaxing and lounging in the Byrd Room. And so you know all about D.H. Byrd, the contributor to the University of Texas, and his importance to the history of the University of Texas. Now, it's only after I graduate, right? I graduate, another 8 years goes by, I start reading. One of the things I'm not just reading books, I'm reading journals. Jerry Rose's The Third Decade Journal, which is where Bill Weston's articles first appeared, and where I first read them. And that, I'm pretty sure that's where I discovered that it was D.H. Byrd who owned the Texas School Book Depository. Bill Weston's with us. He can tell you all about that. All I'm saying is I was shocked, of course. And this is something we were never taught. It was never mentioned that he owned that building, a building known as known to every Texan as the Alamo. And that will mean more to Texans than it will to you, perhaps. But we know that building. We're never told who owned it. And I'm in Longhorn Band, lounging in the Byrd Room, and we're told everything about the university's history, but we're never told that D.H. Byrd, our patron, owned the Texas School Book Depository. If it's said at all, it's said in whispers. Later, as I started researching the university itself after I graduated, I discovered that there's a whole history like that that's only whispered. And I learned the hard way too, because they don't mind asking questions, even the right questions. It's only when you ask the right people the right questions and start writing it down, which is what I started doing. And I got away with that for a couple of years. And then it leaked out what I was doing. I wasn't keeping it secret. I was going around talking to everybody I could who had answers. And I was learning a lot. And I was coming across some of the university's most sacred cows, like Harry Ransom, to even to this day. You'll come across that name because of the Ransom Center, one of the greatest collections and libraries in the world. And it's where Woodward and Bernstein donated their papers on Watergate. And they still, even now, last night, there's a program of interviews put on by the LBJ Library, and they had Woodward and Bernstein on that program. That's a brand new program, and they're still bringing Woodward and Bernstein. Of course they are. And that goes into a whole nother story about why they donated their papers to the University of Texas. But I think I have the answer to that too. We won't go into that now, but I'm just saying that's how I was aware of D.H. Byrd. And he became a major focus for me in my own research because of that, because I was following the investigative clues of the Rambler. And they led to that. They led to the University of Texas. And once you're at the University of Texas, you've got to look at the guy who owned the building that was the crime scene or the alleged crime scene. I still call it the crime scene because the conspirators used it, of course. And so it was a crime scene. It was a conspiracy crime scene. It was not a lone gunman crime scene. It was a conspiracy crime scene. And that was my introduction to D.H. Byrd.
Yeah.
Yeah, should I add some things here?
Yes, go ahead, Bill.
Yes, I started researching the Texas School Book Depository in 1992. Had access to the 26 volumes at the university library, and they also had the microfilm, 31 reels of FBI documents that were released in the late 70s. And I was going through them, and there was one document that really struck me. And you can't, according to Larry Rivera, you can't find it anymore in the NARA archives, but it's still on the microfilm. And that was a statement by Roy Truly to the FBI that the Texas School Book Depository had been occupied since the summer of '63. And I've been reading other places where they've been in there 5 to 6 years longer than that, 3 years. It was kind of hard to nail down when they actually moved in there. So D.H. Byrd had bought that building in the 1930s. He was partners with somebody else, I forget his name, to do air conditioning units. And that didn't work out, so he sold it to the John Sexton Grocery Company, and they occupied it in 1940. And it's been called the Sexton Building in a lot of the police reports of the assassination. And I don't even think the name on the building, Texas School Book Depository, was even there until maybe just a short time before. So it's kind of mysterious how all that took place. And I had to go to phone directories to kind of determine where, at what point in time that took place. I spoke to the company executives of Sexton, and they told me that they left the building in November of '61, and that it was unoccupied for about a year. And that's when they had to do a lot of modifications to it to make it more of an office building. So yeah, so D.H. Byrd, according to somebody I talked to, um, he kind of let Jack Kaysen, the owner of the Texas School Book Depository, have it for a very minimal amount of money to lease it. Jack Kaysen was very excited about that. He said he got this building for a song, and that kind of what led me to investigate it much more in the years to come. So I'm going to let Richard take it from there.
Yeah,
Oh
thank you,
yeah.
Bill.
Well, I'm looking forward to Bill's presentation in a few weeks because he's been one of my favorite researchers for a long time.
Likewise.
And thank you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you,
Thank
as
you.
it were, to meet you. And so yeah, we've both been at this a long time, and we both know as well as each other that the building is a major character in this story. It was through, I was going to say, you did a lot of phone book research. It was through phone book research that we discovered a shocking fact about the Rambler, as a matter of fact. And one of the companies that moved in '63 moved from Fort Worth to Dallas to be in that building, and one of its employees, to be specific, was the shocker as to who was in that building the day of the assassination, connected to the Rambler that we
You
found.
mean Mrs. Smith, do you?
Mrs. Smith, Frania Ellis S. Smith, the wife of the salesman who sold the Rambler to the professor. And they had divorced by this time, but it was their son who was the salesman. Mr. Smith, her husband, owned the dealership and was a friend of Lyndon Johnson's, but it was their son who was the salesman who signed the, I have that as a matter of fact, that's the document, that's the printed document. It's the warranty card for the Rambler, signed by C.B. Smith Jr. And that's how we know that. Because we found a treasure trove. Well, we'll get into that when we talk about the Rambler. But yeah. So yeah, and I mentioned earlier that we bought the Rambler after the professor died. Yeah, there's the warranty card that we found in the glove compartment, and signed by
Richard, can we not get ahead of ourselves here? If we could
right.
park, if you excuse the expression, the Rambler, because I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff around D.H. Byrd that you might want to enlighten the group. You know, the connections that he had with so many people that are interconnected to this, to this saga.
Right. Well, D.H. Byrd wrote an autobiography called "I'm an Endangered Species," making fun of the idea of birds being endangered species. This was back in maybe the 80s. He wrote his autobiography, early 80s. And rich conservatives were making fun of things like conservation and environmentalism and endangered species lists. So he called his autobiography "I'm an Endangered Species," which I would hope so. But he in that book he revealed a lot of things, because these guys were pretty confident by then that they had gotten away with this, and maybe they're right. Certainly in their lifetimes they got away with it. I think they lived with an edge of fear that they were going to be discovered because of the research that was being done and the books that were being published. But I think deep down anyone who knew the complexity, the layers of the conspiracy, knew that they were pretty safe. You know, quotes like when Ruby said in interviews that the mass public will never know the facts of what happened. Ruby knew. He knew the complex layers of this. You know, Angleton made statements like that. Many rooms in the mansion. So they knew that you had to peel through a huge onion of layers of conspiracy to get to the truth. But, you know, I don't think it's that bad. I think we know the basics. It's not our job to peel the onion. It's our job to arrest the chef. And that's the focus of my research now, but we'll do that later. D.H. Byrd was, you know, cocky. And he said things in his autobiography that are revealing. He said it was his goal to buy as many powerful politicians as he could so that he could have things done that he wanted done, good or bad. And he could trust these men to do it for him. And he named names: Lyndon Johnson, John Connally, and all of their cohorts. And he's open about all of this. And he wasn't the only one. There were the other oil men. There were the Bass brothers in Fort Worth. The list goes on. And he was in there with him. He was just right there. There were even speaking of American football, there was Clint Murkison, who owned the Cowboys. There was the owner of the Texans, which, you know, became the Kansas City Chiefs, which is the current Super Bowl champion. They were both in Dallas. They were known as the Texans when they were in Dallas. And so Dallas had two professional football teams. Then the a different league was formed. The Texans moved into the other league, and they eventually left town because Dallas wasn't big enough for two wealthy oil men, two wealthy men owning a football team in the same town. So the Texans were moved to Kansas City, renamed the Chiefs, and they've stayed in that family ever since. I'm blanking on the name of the family.
Hunt.
Yeah, yeah, of course, the wealthy Hunt oil family. So you've got Murkison and you've got Hunt, and they both own professional teams in Dallas. Lamar Hunt leaves, goes to Kansas City, but Lamar Hunt is still based in Dallas as far as his wealth and his family's wealth. And of course, every researcher knows the depth of the Hunt family, H.L. Hunt's involvement. Once again, same as Byrd, his money bought politicians, and you know, Johnson and Connally were major ones that he owned. And he could get things done as well, just like Byrd was saying in his book. Byrd was also a cousin to two powerful, famous men. Admiral Byrd, who did the South Pole explorations by air, missions to the South Pole. Harry Byrd, the powerful senator in Washington, he bragged about that relationship as well. He also knew men like General Doolittle, who he went on hunting trips with, and you know, that list goes on and on. He collected powerful people.
Wasn't he conveniently out of Dallas on a hunting trip during the assassination? Is that right?
Not with Doolittle on that particular trip. Not with Doolittle. I've recently discovered, though, one of the assistant writers to Russ Baker at Who, What, Why has done extensive research on that hunting trip. He found out where the hunting trip was, who sponsored it, and what they did. He interviewed people who still remembered Byrd there for that trip, for that hunting tour, safari. and I have not yet had a chance to read it. I've skimmed it, and it looks amazing. And he basically put together a story of the fact that they really didn't do anything. He was there, and it was a little bit fancy, but not hugely fancy. It was just a place where you could go and have a holiday in Central Africa and pretend that you were on a safari. And that's basically what they did. So he was just there, not because he wanted to do big game hunting, but most likely because he wanted to be out of the country. And this was a good place. This was a good safe house. This was a good hideout.
Well, General Walker did the same thing, of course, didn't he? He was on a flight deliberately and was making a bit of a song and a dance, if I remember. Isn't that right, Scott?
Yeah, he got, well, on the way back from, I think it was somewhere in Louisiana, Shreveport. Yeah, he was on a flight back to Dallas and we heard about the assassination, and then got up and down the aisle saying, "I'm General Walker. I'm on this plane. I'm not on the 6th floor of the book depository." And I think shortly after the assassination, it might have been Hunt, flew Walker out of Dallas and they went to Mexico and just laid low for a few weeks. So that's something else interesting about Walker.
Yeah, and the thing about, so you'll find these little trips going on. People are getting out of town as the assassination is approaching. You see it all over.
Wasn't the president of the TSBD out for lunch somewhere or in another town as well? I can't remember. Maybe Bill will know. One of the senior executives.
Yeah, you know, this brings up an interesting bigger picture item where, you know, we're accused a lot of going into the minutia of this, but you know what? The thing was a conspiracy. And those of us who've moved past arguing about whether it was a conspiracy or not, you're certain, you become certain at some point that it's a conspiracy, because the facts are all there, that even the most simple basic facts. You don't have to go into the minutia to know that the shooting didn't happen the way they said it did. And once you know that, it's like, of course, once you have the truth, everything you learn about that truth, whatever detail it is, however minute that detail is, everything is going to be the truth. Of course, everything else you find is going to say conspiracy, because that's what it is. And you can do the fractal math on it as much as you want, and you're still going to find conspiracy, and you can find every single detail. You can take the conspiracy to the molecular level if you want. You could do the DNA of every conspirator. I call it the shoe sizes. And it's my rant of late, the last few years at least, that what's in the rest of the files? Don't worry about the rest of the files. Let's get them released. Yeah, let's do that because they don't want to release them. Let's just get them released just because they don't want to release them. But you know what's there? You know what you're going to find there? Shoe sizes. And we already know it's a conspiracy. We don't have to prove that. You're going to find, and once you have the shoe size of every single conspirator, the question still remains, what then? What are we going to do about it? We could have asked that question at any point. We could have asked it in 1964. We could have asked it every day since. We can ask it right now. We have the proof. We know it's a conspiracy. You don't need to examine every rock on a mountain to know it's a mountain. The question is, the one that nobody asks, nobody talks about. We don't have conferences. We don't even have panel discussions on the question, what are we going to do about it? We're just wrapped up into, this guy doesn't believe the single bullet theory. Let's argue that for another 10 years. No, we already know. We know that these are criminals. The investigation, in a criminal investigation, the investigation eventually ends. This is my rant. I get emotional about this. But the investigation eventually ends and you make arrests. The detectives investigate, they find the evidence, and it leads to arrests. And you arrest, even if it's a conspiracy, you arrest whatever conspirator you can, even if it's just one, and you get it into the court system, and you present the evidence, and you try it. We've sort of gotten that far. Garrison got that far. A guy named Joe West here in Texas got that far. Good lawyers can always scuttle these things. The CIA can come in and infiltrate like they did with Garrison and scuttle things, mess things up. Judges can refuse to get witnesses from other states. Governors in other states, like Ronald Reagan, can refuse to extradite Braden and those guys. So they can mess with your trial. But there have been some successes. We got Lee Harvey Oswald's body exhumed. That was through the justice system here in Texas.
With Braden, you're referring to Ronald Reagan, aren't you?
Ronald Reagan was governor of California during the Garrison investigation. Garrison tried to extradite, was it Bill Braden?
Yeah, Eugene Bradley / Jim Braden.
Right, yeah. Various aliases.
Yeah.
Had tracked him down to California, tried to extradite him, and Ronald Reagan refused to extradite him. The judge in that case, the guy who wrote the foreword to my book, many of you know him, Ed Tatro. Ed was at the Garrison trial as a student in college. He made the trip down to New Orleans and attended the trial, and he talked to all the people involved. He talked to the judge. He talked to Garrison. He talked to Garrison's attorneys, and got a lot of insights that a lot of us didn't have. And so he's a great guy. He knew all the same people I did. Even the obscure researchers that I was working with, he had worked with them as well. He knew my co-author on the rifle. He knew Jay Harrison, who I worked with on the fingerprints. So he knew all the same people I did, and it was obvious that we were going to ask him to write the foreword, and he graciously did. Ed Tatro. So
it's well respected. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to discuss regarding D.H. Byrd, whether it's the Civil Air Patrol or?
There is one thing I was tracking to before I got distracted again. You're very good at keeping me on track, by the way. Others have not been, so I tend to footnote my own talks, and I do it verbally. But so Byrd, this trip, the thing about the trip was not just to go and lounge in Central Africa in November, December of '63. He made some investments prior to that. About stock puts and things like that. Well, it wasn't that sophisticated in '63, but they invested heavily. Byrd was a co-owner of Ling Temco Vought, which by that time was shortened to LTV, which was an aircraft company, avionics and aircraft, just like Collins Radio is avionics. And he and his partner invested heavily in the company that wasn't doing that great. Didn't have that many government contracts, but invested, lots of money into it. Before, this is like October, early November, '63. And then he heads out on his trip. And when he gets back, he has a major contract for a fighter plane that is funded out of the 1965 budget, which hasn't even been approved yet. His good friend Lyndon Johnson is president, and his building is famous. He came home from his little safari, in quotes, in Central Africa, where he didn't do any hunting, to find himself a little bit richer than he was when he left. It's almost as if he knew something was going to happen. So that's the whole point of that trip, and that investment. I learned about that investment, by the way. It's just in a footnote, not in Peter Dale Scott's book, because Peter Dale Scott wanted to nail everything down. For his book, he wanted only the things that he could really nail down. But he wrote a manuscript long before he wrote his book. It was called The Dallas Conspiracy, and it went around in very, very poor photocopied editions. And I managed to get one, a pretty good copy of it, as a matter of fact. And you can now find that online. Someone actually scanned those pages. They're just images. They're not searchable. But someone scanned the Dallas Conspiracy manuscript. And I give you the footnote in my book. I give you the footnote where Peter Dale Scott talks about that investment in LTV before he went on that trip. So that's the main thing about Byrd. He seems to have had foreknowledge. He owned the building. Roy Truly was a superintendent. Oh, this is a good question for Bill Weston. Did Roy Truly work for D.H. Byrd? Was he the superintendent of the building? Was he the superintendent for the building owner? Did Byrd give Truly his orders?
Bill, you still there?
Well, we can hold that for his presentation. In fact, if I'm there,
it's showing that he's still there, but maybe if he comes back, we'll ask that again.
Well, now that we know each other, I will keep asking the question. I think that's true. I think everything I've read is that Roy Truly was the superintendent of the building, and the building was owned by D.H. Byrd. So who did Truly work for? He worked for D.H. Byrd. And the floor laying stuff here's another thing about Byrd.
So would you argue that Bill Shelley also indirectly then worked with via Truly to D.H. Byrd?
Yeah. Shelley was Oswald's supervisor. So, but at what point are they schoolbook depository employees? At what point are they building owner employees? And were they ever depository employees? The book depository was just a company that leased space in the building. It was not their building. And there were building managers, there were building supervisors, and they were under the pay of the owner of the building, I would think. And when you're laying flooring on the 6th floor in advance of the assassination, that is a building improvement activity, and that's under the direction of the owner. That's the owner doing that. That's not the schoolbook depository would have no. It benefits the schoolbook depository because they're using it as warehouse space. But to make improvements to the building, you're at least doing it at the behest of the building owner because it's his building.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, Bill. Yes.
Okay. I accidentally muted myself. Regards to Roy Truly, he didn't directly work for D.H. Byrd. He's always been a Texas Schoolbook Depository manager prior to them occupying the 411 Elm Street building. They had another building, 4-story building on Houston Street that he managed. And they also had another, prior to that, a building on Pacific Avenue. So he's been with the book depository since the 30s. So he was just an employee of the book depository and no business relationship with D.H. Byrd.
But Bill, wasn't he actually on the board of directors also for the Texas School Book Depository for the actual building?
I'm not sure about him being on the board of directors. Maybe you know more about that than I do.
Yeah, it's in his statement actually in the Warren Commission. when
Okay.
he's interviewed by Thielen, I believe.
Okay, all right.
He says that his actual role is as the board of directors for the building.
Yes, and
who were the shareholders, guys, of the Texas School Book Depository?
I'm sorry?
Who were the shareholders of the Texas School Book Depository?
I don't know all the shareholders.
I think the book depository was owned by Jack Kaysen. He's always
That-
been the
Yeah,
he's
So-
always been the owner of it.
So sole owner of the
Sole owner. He
of
bought
that
it
com-
from
that
he
company.
bought it from two widows in I think 1947, and he was the sole owner of it since that time.
Hmm.
And in order to move into the book depository, they had to there was only the first two floors were designed for office spaces, so they had to refurbish the third and fourth floors to be for use for offices, and they had to add a passenger elevator that went up to the fourth floor because the freight elevators weren't suitable for office workers. So as you can see, there was a huge amount of modifications that had to be done even before the book depository workers could move in there. Because their office was in that Daltex 501 Elm Street building for at least 10 years. And then they decided to move their offices into the 411 Elm Street building.
And was Jack Kaysen the executive that I was referring to earlier on that wasn't there, was away, was at lunch somewhere or different city during the assassination?
He left the building, I think, at 12:15,
Yeah,
and so he wasn't there, I guess supposedly for lunch.
yeah.
He was in Dallas for the weekend because his daughter was getting married on Saturday
Hmm.
in Dallas. So he was present for that.
So he went away and had lunch but didn't come back.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Well, that's all good to know. But still, D.H. Byrd would have been involved, had a major interest in the laying of the flooring on the 6th floor. There's a lot of built-in deniability, plausible deniability. We're asked all the time, did you think LBJ was involved in the conspiracy? Well, naturally he was, because he was the replacement. Just ask yourself, would you have done the assassination if you didn't have LBJ as the replacement? Of course not. You have to have the vice president that you can trust, because it's going to be his job to help the cover up, do all the damage control, or at least some of it, political damage control. But you want to protect that guy. You don't want the cops knocking on his door. So you don't tell him everything. He has plausible deniability. So I think he was only vaguely aware of the plot itself, but he knew exactly what he had to do after the shots were fired and did it. So that makes him a conspirator. In fact, every president who didn't release the files, I put in the list of conspirators, because any president could have released those files at any time, and they're guilty of obstruction of justice. And they could release them today. Joe Biden could release them today. And every president that doesn't is on my list of conspirators. And that's how we do it. That's what we do now. That answers the question. That's one of my answers to the question, what do we do now? There are new conspirators added every day. Everybody read into this conspiracy. Everybody who lies about it, everybody who knowingly lies about it, is aiding and abetting the conspiracy. And they, at the moment they do that, they become conspirators. They're the ones we go after. They're alive today. They have names, they have addresses, they have phone numbers. We can go and arrest them today. That's only one of the things we could do. I have a list. Talking about my organizations, we did found a proto think tank. I call it a proto think tank because it's very difficult. People start think tanks all the time. We started one for truth, not just the Kennedy assassination, but deep politics wherever they are and wherever they occur, to study deep politics and to educate on deep politics and to create talking points and to figure out things like what to do. You do that kind of thing in a think tank. And so my idea was to start a think tank for truth, and a major part being the Kennedy assassination. You know, it's been difficult to get this organization up and running because it's really all about the funding. And whenever you talk about funding, if you know anything about the way the intelligence world works and the black budget, you know that they can mess with funding very easily. And so you have to have secure funding. And so we've spent years trying to figure that out, and we're still trying to figure it out. But it's called the Center for Deep Political Research. I mentioned it in my bio. We call ourselves directors. We have a board. We have a board of advisors, yes, because we did incorporate, and we unincorporated and then incorporated again and then unincorporated again. That's another legal issue because it's how you incorporate also has to do with your security. And yes, we have been infiltrated, both when we were incorporated and when we have not been incorporated. We have been infiltrated once, maybe not on purpose, but it still showed us a vulnerability that we had, and we cannot. We had another organization 10 years ago. Was it 10? No, it was 14 years ago that we had an organization called JFK Murder Investigation, JFKMI. And it was infiltrated. And we had a very big ordeal with that because we didn't recognize it early enough. But we recognized it almost in time, but not in time enough to bring down the organization. And we vowed, my group of co-founders of CDPR, we were intimately involved in that infiltration at JFKMI, and we were the leaders of that organization, and we know everything about the infiltration, and we learned that we could trust each other, but we couldn't trust almost anyone else. And we vowed that we were not going to let that happen with CDPR. And that's why we've been super careful with CDPR.
Mm. Okay. Can I just ask a question, get back onto the TSBD? We talk about the floor laying on the 6th floor and 5th floor and so forth. I can't remember which testimony I read, but it may have been one of the Afro-American guys that suggested that there may have been external people that were working on that floor laying, not just our usual internal suspects of Billy Lovelady and the various black guys and Buell Wesley Frazier and so forth. Do either you or Bill have any comments on whether there may have been an external group of people that were working on that? Because obviously that would be incredible cover if one is setting up the TSBD for the assassination.
I'll defer to Bill on that, but I've always had a sense that it was an external group of contractors that were brought in, because that floor laying is not something you just get your warehouse guys to do.
Exactly. It's quite skilled, isn't it?
It is.
I don't have any information about any external contractors unless Peter has any.
Not at the moment, no.
Yeah,
I
because
know there were I know there were individuals who were coming back and forth who were not known to some of the main workers, but as I sit here on this call here, I do not have the names.
Mm. I mean, they could have come from the other warehouse, of course, further north, and therefore they were perceived to be external, perhaps, you know, to our usual guys in the TSBD on Elm. But I just, there was one of the statements from one of the Afro-Americans that, and I can't remember which one, that suggested that it was outsiders. Okay.
Let
Richard,
me
do you
make
wanna-
one.
Sorry.
Let
yeah,
me
Richard.
make one mental correction. Was Deborah Conway, the head of
Yeah.
Lancer.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Do you want to? Are we done on Byrd and the TSBD? Is there any other comments before I open it to the floor to ask questions?
3 points of information for anybody interested in that kind of detail. 3126 Harlandale was the address of the Harlandale safe house.
Mm-hmm.
We were at, the house at the time I was born at the hospital there in Oak Cliff, which I'm blanking on right now, but the house number was 2431 Britton, of all things, Britton, 2431 Britton Drive. And of course, everyone knows 1026 North Beckley. And even though I was there from 56 to 60, before any of the big events happened, you know, these things just don't happen overnight. So I'm sure other nefarious things were going on at these places, even during the years I was in Oak Cliff. So there's some good detail if you want to map all of that.
Jeff, do you know Jeff Meek? He's done some good work on Harlandale.
No, but I'm interested and I'm just now getting to where I want to know as much as I can about the house on Harlandale. I have learned some amazing things that still connect back to my story in amazing ways about that house and the Rambler.
Well, I can put you in touch with him. He lives about 40 minutes north of Dallas, one of the suburbs. I've forgotten what it's called. Okay. Anybody like to ask any questions on what Richard said so far?
I'd like to make a comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, D.H. Byrd was one of the prominent figures in the Civil Air Patrol.
Right.
And we know that David Ferry in Louisiana was in the Civil Air Patrol. And I spoke to a man. He was on the Frontline Special in 1993. He was in the Civil Air Patrol with Lee Harvey Oswald. And I asked him, did you ever see D.H. Byrd at any of your meetings? And he acknowledged, yes, he was there and he was a speaker. So he obviously knew David Ferry. Whether or not he knew Oswald, I don't know, but he obviously knew David Ferry.
So he knew was he in the New Orleans branch of the Air Patrol?
Yes, he would oftentimes go out to the New Orleans branch to be a speaker for special events and things like that.
Okay. I've been asked that question, but never knew. I would say, well, almost certainly Byrd would know about the New Orleans bunch. And yeah, good to know that he was intimately involved with it. But it was a national organization and he was a co-founder. Byrd was a co-founder of the national organization.
Yes, I made some interview notes. Tony Asenhofer, who was the one that I spoke to, who told me that.
Very good. Good research.
Well, thank you very much for that, Bill. Gary, would you like to ask a question?
Yeah, this might be for both Richard and Bill. Speaking of safe houses, Richard, were you ever aware of a safe house at the end of the runway at Love Field on a street called Wiley?
No, I have heard mention of it.
Okay.
It's not, there's so much stuff. But it's like I was going to say about the Civil Air Patrol thing. Once again, you suspect that these things are going to be this way because you know how the conspiracy is built to the extent that you do. And of course, I'm not surprised to hear that there's a safe house near Redbird Airport. There's safe houses all over. Even today, I would bet you that there's a safe house within a block of me now, and each one of us. It's just the way that business is, that world is. If you've never seen the film Arlington Road, if you've never seen the film Arlington Road from the late 80s or early 90s, it's a movie. It was a Hollywood movie that was made about how they're all around us. The spies are all around us, and they're just normal. They're sleeper agents, and they're called into action. That's exactly what was happening in and around Dallas that day, in Dealey Plaza and in Oak Cliff. There were secret operatives. There were agents. There were people who were just in place and called into action. So I'm hesitant to name any of them, of course. I know some names that I suspect.
I think I became aware of it through Bill Weston, and he can maybe chime in here, but John Williams and I, probably on the 50th in 2013, we went to that address, or what we thought was going to be the address, and in fact, the end of the runway at Love Field had been extended, and so a whole half block of houses along Wiley had been eliminated for not only runway construction, but maybe also some warehouses. But I believe the connection was that there was a sofa on the sounds kind of crazy, but there was a sofa sitting on the street, and somebody found a piece of paper with a Wisconsin address. And the Wisconsin address turned out to be in Sparta, Wisconsin. And Sparta was where the barber cut Oswald's hair and noticed the mastoid scar. Oswald had missed the train, headed, well, whichever way, I think headed west, probably to La Crosse, Wisconsin on the Minnesota border. But I went there after Bill Weston had tried to run a little interference for me to meet the barber. And the barber said to Bill, "No way am I going to talk to anybody about cutting Oswald's hair." And he was in a restaurant across the street from his barber shop, and I waited, and he came out, and I identified myself, and he turned on a dime and headed the other way, put his hands in the air. "I'm not talking to you." Bill, is there anything, can you describe the piece of paper with the address of the barber's friend who apparently was in the safe house in Dallas at Love Field?
I have it in my notes, and they're not real accessible at this point. I suppose I could produce them at the next month's meeting. But yes, I'm well aware of that note. And the barber's friend was Philip Hemlock, and he came up to visit. John Abbott is the barber's name, and he told him that that I'm sketchy on the details now, but there was definitely a connection between that safe house on Wiley Drive, the Philip Hemlock, and then the Wisconsin visit of Oswald in March of 1963. I think when I pressed John Abbott on certain issues, when I talked to him, I probably burned my bridges with him. So I think I got too far with him so that he didn't want to talk about it anymore. He didn't like my article at all.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
thanks, Bill. Paul wanted to ask a question regarding whether Byrd was D.H. Byrd was a pilot. I mean, he was born in 1900, so did he serve in the Second World War? He would have been 40 odd.
I vaguely recall that he was as a young man, he was into aviation, the aviation pioneers, and I think maybe he did fly a little bit. Didn't pursue it as a career, but I seem to recall that he did, because he was always involved. He was involved in the Naval Air Base, the land that became the Naval Air Base in World War I in Arlington, between Dallas and Fort Worth. So yeah, he was involved in all that around there. I think he may have been involved in, somehow the land that Love Field is on started out as a military air base in the early days of aviation. So he would have been involved in all that somehow.
But he made his money, didn't he, in the oil business? And
Yeah,
you mentioned that he was known
Byrd,
as Dry Hole Byrd.
his buddies in the oil business ribbed him about. He turned his DH, which stands for David Harold, turned it into Dry Hole because it took him a long time. He dug a lot of dry wells before he hit a gusher and became rich. So he was known as Dry Hole Byrd.
Okay.
Scott.
Sorry, carry on.
Well, that's gets a little bit off of Byrd, but it was well, not so much. But Byrd financed his cousin Admiral Byrd's trip to the South Pole, and that's what made Arthur Collins of Iowa, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, famous, because the teenage Arthur Collins, who eventually founded Collins Radio, where my dad worked, Arthur Collins was a little teenage ham radio operator in the early days of wireless and radio. So he made major headlines around the country because with his little ham radio in the attic of his little house in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, he stayed in contact with Admiral Byrd in the South Pole. And so it was D.H. Byrd's money that went to purchase for Admiral Byrd for other explorations, to purchase the radio equipment for him and his aircraft from Arthur Collins and the Collins Radio. So there's that D.H. Byrd.
Well, that's another connection. Scott, you want to ask a question?
Thanks, Neil. Yeah, Richard, I met you in Dallas in 2018 and you signed your book for me, so thanks for that. Is it the case that the electricity and I think the telephone lines went down in the book depository just before or just after the assassination? And if that is indeed the case, what do you make of that?
Well, I make a few things of it, but I learned that from Bill Weston, from his articles. And I would love to hear Bill Weston introduce the fact of those power outages and see if he's learned any more about that. And then I'll give you my perspective on it.
I haven't been able to add any more to what I've already written. Just to fill out some details. One of the secretaries who did not go out to watch the motorcade stayed inside. Her name was Geneva Hine. Hines.
Yeah.
And she was sitting at her desk and she noticed that the lights had gone off and the telephone stopped working just before maybe. Hello?
Yeah, carry on. I'll mute that person. Don't worry. Carry on.
Just before, maybe about 4 minutes before the motorcade appeared. And then they, after the shooting, they, Roy Truly and Marion Barricker tried to use the freight elevators because they suspected there was a shooter on the roof and they couldn't use it. And somehow at that point in time, as they were going up the stairs, the electricity came back on and there was a shooter who I believe was Claude Capehart, ran down or took the freight elevator and ran out the back door. And so they were briefly working for a little bit, and then they shut down permanently about 10 minutes after the assassination. So the police had to call in the fire department to use their floodlights to be able to check out the building. And Peter knows, been researching the fireman part.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to get into it now or wait till next month.
Well,
Peter, don't spoil it for next month, please.
okay. All right. I would just say that there was a specific reason that the power needed to go out to necessitate something to happen. And I have a quite lengthy presentation on that. Absolutely.
And that's a perfect introduction to my spin on this, because the phones went out in Washington, D.C. at the time too. Not everybody's phone. I've since learned that it was only a network of government officials' phones that went out for several minutes or hour or so at the time of the assassination. Now, all of that has remained interesting to me because I've studied the 20th of July plot of 1944 against Hitler. Von Stauffenberg, who set a bomb, placed it in a conference room at Wolf's Lair, I believe it was, and it blew up, but somebody had moved it behind a thick table leg, and Hitler survived. And that's the only reason that plot failed, to kill Hitler, because of a fluke. Obviously, the plot had succeeded. When you talk about, do large conspiracies, do they even exist? Can they exist? Some people say it's impossible for the government to keep a secret. That's proof that yes, you can plan an enormous military assassination of a world leader and do it completely secretly until the event happens. And if something goes wrong, and a lot of things went wrong, especially after the failed attempt. But the point I'm making is they had a plan in place, and it worked for the top military and government officials' phones, communication systems, to be silenced for a period after, timed with the assassination attempt. So that was Operation Valkyrie, the 20th of July plot, 44. And we also now know, if you've read Bill Kelly's work on this, and he just he updates his stuff. He just updated a thing on Collins Radio, as a matter of fact. But you go to Bill Kelly's site, and you'll see that his writing about how the CIA was studying the Valkyrie plot in '63. They got their hands on all the documents of the Valkyrie plot, and the CIA was apparently studying the Hitler plot in '63. So, and that plot included communications going silent, so that officials couldn't figure out what was going on. And you're right, that's always the purpose of that. And a big time professional uh, covert operation assassination. That's, you build that into the plan. And there are other examples like that.
So we're saying that the phone lines went out and the electricity went down before the assassination as part of the plot. But
Yeah.
after the assassination, there were maybe other valid reasons why the power was down.
Yeah, well, overall, and there are stories about that. And even today, your bandwidth on your cell phones after a major event will become weak. Your phone system will even not work for a time because everybody's gets on their phone. You know, everybody's using the bandwidth. So that still happens today. That's expected. But when you find that specific phone systems go out, and especially the point that Bill Weston made is that this was the electricity to the building and the phones at the same time. And those are two completely separate electrical systems. You can have your power go out and still have your phone, even if you have a landline. And your phone can go out and you can still have your electricity. They're not related. Both went out at the same time. That's what makes that suspicious.
Mm. Okay, that's really interesting. Paul Cummings, does that answer your question? Do you want to add anything? You're on mute.
I'm all set, Neil.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, well, look, I think we should take a break now, just a comfort break, and maybe get a drink or something, and then Richard, if we can come back and discuss the rifle.
Very good, very good.
Okay, just two or 3 minutes, guys.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Hello.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, right. You're back, Richard. Okay, well let's go ahead to the next section, which is extremely well documented in your book. I have read the first essay. Fascinating stuff. And I think it comes down to, well, it's a Mauser-Carcano problem, effectively. And it comes down to sort of, I guess, three outcomes. Some form of genuine mistaken identity by claiming that the rifle is a Mauser. Or, as you allude to at some point in the book, that there may have been two kind of evidence framing paths. One that was focused on a Mauser rifle and bullet, and then another one that was focused on, the Carcano evidence that was planted. And then the other one, which you spend a hell of a lot of time on, which is very fascinating, is this obfuscation by the planters / discoverers as a response to a fundamental problem, with the Carcano evidence. And I've never read this work before, and I thought it was absolutely fascinating. And it's, it is, as you say, the gun that smoked.
The gun that didn't smoke. My co-author, Walter F. Graff, he was 40 years my senior. We met when I presented my paper on the Rambler. First presented it to anyone was at the 1993 third decade conference in Providence, Rhode Island. And that's where I met Walter Graff. That was 93, but it wasn't until I had finished all the Rambler stuff and got it circulated that, by then I was very aware that he was circulating his work on the clip, on the Carcano clip and Mauser problem to any researchers he could get their attention. And Tetreault knew him because he's from the same place as Tetreault, Quincy, Massachusetts. And he would, divide his time between family homes there and in southern Florida, Hollywood, Florida. And so he took Tetreault's class. Tetreault taught a class on the assassination. Tetreault is a high school English teacher, but he taught classes on the assassination, of course, privately. And Graff was one of his students. And Walter Graff was a small arms expert, an official small arms expert. It was his job during World War II to know every small arm in the world and how it operated. And years later, he's an older guy now, and he's studied, like the rest of us, for decades, the Kennedy assassination. Let me say that in '63, I was 7, so he would have been like 47-ish, close to 50. And when the assassination happened, he was already an expert on the Lincoln assassination. So we had lots of correspondence between us on the Lincoln assassination as well. And he's my go-to guy. I wrote a little bit about that. In my article, The Lies of Texas, I mentioned some of the amazing things he said about the Lincoln assassination, which ties into, amazingly, the state of Texas and the University of Texas as well. Yes, they were somehow involved in the Lincoln assassination. So Walter Graff was the first guy, and he was going through an old encyclopedia of arms, and I credit all this in my footnotes, because it's both of our paper. He was, you know, when he sent me his letters that he was sending out to everybody on this, he never wrote a paper on it. He talked it up at these little conferences and in classes, and he corresponded with everybody. He was an extensive letter writer, and by the time I was getting to know him and receiving his letters, it was obvious that at the time when word processing was the norm, was the default method of writing, and you would write your letter and print it and mail it. Email was just getting going, and we were all gravitating to that. But he was just learning to use an electric typewriter by then. And I'm now in my 30s, so he's like, he's in his 70s. And I knew him in his 70s and 80s. He's deceased, died a few years ago, maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago. But he lived a long time, and I do a little bio, a tribute to him in the book. And you'll also see I have an essay where I took that tribute and made it an essay on my Substack site. And you'll see who he was. His family goes back to the Mayflower. He was a champion swimmer. He set some swimming records as a youth, and he was a small arms expert in the Army during World War II. And he brought this knowledge to the Kennedy assassination. He was looking in an encyclopedia of firearms, and it said he noticed a little detail that nobody, if you knew nothing about guns, which included me, everything I know about guns, I learned from talking to Walter Graff and doing the follow-up research. My job was, to understand his concept and play devil's advocate, to try to tear it down, and which I put all of my extensive abilities and talents in being detail-oriented, and all of my research skills went to try to debunk Walter Graff's theory. But the discount in the encyclopedia was that the Carcano, the clip automatically ejects when the last round is loaded into the bolt, into the chamber. And other military weapons, one that almost everybody carried was the M1 Garand, for short referred to as the M1. And every soldier you talk to that was an infantryman or knew weapons in World War II, their rifle was the M1 Garand. And one slight difference, it had the same clip system, same bolt action, but the only difference was, in the loading system anyway, was that it ejected the clip when the last round was fired. So everybody knew that clip system who had carried rifles in war, in World War II, they knew it. They could do it in their sleep. They could tear their weapon down, clean it, put it back together, blindfolded. They were trained to do that. So they knew well that, that clip is going to eject when the last round is fired, and you have to know how you load the weapon. I start off, and it was Walter Graff that gave me this quote. I use it at the beginning of my 10 points. I did a summary of this extensive article. I did a summary of it on my Substack page called 10 Things That Prove the Ballistic Evidence Was Planted. And I have another essay related to this, which is the introduction. It's the abstract to this long essay, and it's called Issues We Have Not Now Anticipated. That's a quote from Walt Rostow, by the way, when he read the Warren report. He got to do an advanced reading he got to be a proofreader of the Warren Report and given a review to the writers about whether it was plausible. And he said, "Oh, we have to be aware of issues that we are not now aware of, because we have to be a united government on these things when they come up." And he was making the point to the writers of the Warren Report that, we haven't covered everything. There will be surprises. And I use that quote to introduce the subject because this is one of those issues that they had not anticipated. Well, they sort of did, because the weird thing about this, so why would it matter if one gun, the clip ejects when the last round is fired, or it ejects when the last round is bolted, is loaded into the bolt? Because when they found the gun, so they say, the official version of finding the gun was that it contained a clip. The Warren Report says that. That's only one of two mentions in the entire Warren Report of that clip. When the gun was found, it contained a clip. And of course, this picture you're showing now, I'm glad you included that. I didn't get to ask you to include that, but I'm glad you did. This is a great little close-up of Lieutenant Day, who is the head of the crime scene investigation unit at the Dallas Police Department. And he was the guy that was up on the 6th floor doing the dusting for the fingerprints and examining the weapon at the crime scene after they discovered it. Will Fritz was there, the chief of homicide. A few other detectives were there. Private Craig was there. They all have stories to tell about this. And they all gave depositions. They all gave testimony. I went through all of that because it was my job to debunk Walter Graff's findings, which to this day, I'm not able to do because Walter Graff was right, is what I learned. And this is what got him to thinking. That's the clip. Arrows pointing to the clip, and you see it sticking out the bottom of it's a built-in magazine. It's a steel magazine that this thin metal holder of the cartridges fits into perfectly. And there is a spring-loaded arm at the bottom, and there's a button that you can release that arm, and that arm, as long as there's bullets in that clip, that arm will hold the clip in place because it's wrapped around the bullets. It's sort of a C shape, flat in the back, long sides, long length, about half the width to the length, and it's got ridges on the sides that fit into the natural parts of the cartridge, the bullet cartridges, to hold them stacked on top of each other, so that spring arm, whenever you work the bolt action and you load the next cartridge, the lever goes up, it pushes it up so that it loads, and then holds the clip in place with the bullets in it. When the last round is placed into the loading, nothing holds it. The lever, there's nothing for the lever to hold at that point, and the clip automatically flies. If you want to see this in action, there's the 1967 CBS News did a special on the assassination, and they were just doing firing tests. And the thing to watch, when anybody does a firing test, and they did it for decades until our paper came out. When we released this as a paper, all of a sudden everybody stopped doing firing tests, because here's the deal. Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that in a moment because we're not that far along yet. But in the CBS film of the firing tests, where they're up on a platform and they're shooting at a moving target on tracks down in a desert valley, you can watch this film on YouTube, and you can see the clips flying out of those guns. They're firing the guns, and the clip, it's a blur. It's so fast, it's a blur. Now, I got a hold of a Carcano, friend of mine, Mike Blackwell, some of you may recall, the late Mike Blackwell, who was a neighbor of mine here in Central Texas, close neighbor, just lived in the same little town. And he had a Carcano, and he let me sit on his porch one day because I had to test this for myself for the paper we were writing. And I worked the action over and over. I spent hours working that action to see how it was possible that you can see that clip sticking out. Because Lieutenant Day, he's walking out with a gun. He's holding it by the strap. And he's walking along normally, walks down to the end of the block, gets in a car. And the cameramen, the news cameramen, are filming all of this while it's happening. And we have film of it. We have still photos of it. This is the photo I used. Yours is better because it's close up. You can still see it sticking out. Now, it's almost as if he's displaying this. You know, it's so obvious. It's like, first of all, the clip shouldn't even be there at all. So, but not only is it there, it is sticking out of the bottom and it's not moving. It's not in danger of falling out or anything. It's stuck. Because in the film, the motion film, he's not being particularly careful with this. And he's holding it out. He's the cameraman there. And it's like he's holding it out, posing it for everybody to make sure everybody sees this. Now, why would he be doing that? Because here's the deal. If this was the gun used for the shooting, and if the last round was chambered, there were no more cartridges in the clip. And the clip should have flown out of that gun as soon as that last round was chambered. There should have been no clip there. And in fact, if you look at the other pictures, we have film as well as stills of this too, the Allier film, the Tom Allier film, who was on the 6th floor at the time they found the gun, and he was filming the whole thing. Intermittently, you know, they didn't have a lot of film, and it's not like he could leave the 6th floor and go get more film or have it sent to him on the spur of the moment. So he was making the best use of his film he could and filming what he thought was important. So there are gaps in that film, but he got good film anyway. And I've studied this for decades. I've looked at those photos. I've looked at those films, and there's no clip there. There's even a shot. He does a shot from the top of the gun, and Lieutenant Day and Lieutenant and Captain Fritz are holding the gun, and they see him filming, and they're showing him, the cameraman, the clip, and he gets good shots from the top. He gets shots from the bottom. He gets shots from the side. And there, first of all, there's no stuck clip. In fact, there's no clip at all. You cannot see the clip. Now, the other thing is, you read the testimony of everybody that was at the discovery of the gun and the examination of the gun at the crime scene. Nobody mentions the clip. And this is this is what Walter Graff noticed. Wow, he's going, wow, there shouldn't be a clip in the gun at all. And sure enough, nobody mentions a clip being in the gun. And if it was in the gun, not only would you notice it, it would be unusual. Now, of course, and this is a key factor. Yes, not everybody knows guns in this much detail, even policemen, even deputy sheriffs. There was one guy up there, Officer Mooney, Deputy Sheriff Mooney, who owned a sporting goods store and was familiar with weapons of various kinds. And, you know, he's one of the guys they try to say was the guy who first called it a Mauser. Now, for the layperson like we are, you look at a Carcano side by side with a Mauser, and yeah, they look like any other long gun, any other, you know, wooden stock, metal barrel rifle. As far as we know, they look similar enough that you can confuse them. Mooney knew a little bit about loading systems. He knew a little bit about bolt actions. And
Richard, can I just clarify? Do you mean Weitzman? rather than Mooney?
Luke Mooney was one of the guys there, and Weitzman too. If you want to do that, I've got the detail on that.
I thought
Right
Weitzman was the guy who owned the sporting goods store at some point.
Was it Weitzman? Yeah. Okay. Deputy Seymour Weitzman, in an affidavit. Let's back up. Okay. So Deputy Sheriff Roger Craig was there. Roger Craig's the guy who eyewitnessed the Rambler. So he's all throughout my book. In fact, if you could say my book is about any one person, it's about Roger Craig. But Craig famously testified to the Warren Commission. Keep in mind, he's the deputy sheriff. He's a good deputy sheriff. He's at Dealey Plaza. He hears the shots. He rushes over. He's interviewing witnesses. He's seeing things in the back parking lot. He runs into a guy who identifies himself as a Secret Service agent. A lot of interesting things going on with Craig. He makes it up to the 6th floor before they close off the building. He's there when they find the cartridges. He's there when they find the gun. And it was through him that we learned details about the finding and identification of the weapon. He said certain people said certain things. And then later on, he's interviewed. Later in the 60s and 68, he gives an interview to the LA Free Press. And his story is a little different. And then in 71, he's writing his own manuscript autobiography of what he witnessed. And he says things even more amazing and more different. And he's also, by 71, when he's writing his autobiography, he is in correspondence with Ed Tatro, and who had been at the Garrison trial. And he's corresponding. They're like, pen pals at this point. And Tatro receives a letter from Roger Craig that says, and you could see on the barrel of the gun, Mauser, he says, quote, and stamped right on the barrel of the rifle was 7.65 Mauser. So stamped on the barrel. And that's in the letter to Tatro. And that's where we first learned those words. So stamped on the barrel. And 7.65. A major key point that even today people don't get when they read what I've written about this is that, and especially people who do Craig, and of course, I'm not dishonoring Craig. I totally believe Craig on the Rambler, but the evidence does not support Craig on this. And here's the key thing that I'm getting to. He didn't say it until 71. He didn't say it until he wrote it in a letter to Tatro. He's giving interviews all this time from 63 on. He's giving testimony. He's writing depositions. You can get all of this stuff. You will not find that detail. 7.65 Mauser, so stamped on the barrel. You will not find it until he wrote it in a letter to Ed Tatro in 1971. You would think, wouldn't you? Am I completely off thinking this? That would be an important detail. Sure, say maybe he told the Warren Commission and they just edited it out, which they did on statements he made about the Rambler. The Warren Commission was famous for taking your testimony to them and changing no to yes, or taking out the word no at all, changing the entire meaning of what you said by taking out a word here and there. Lawyers know how to do that, and that's what they did. And they did that with Craig on the Rambler. And so you could say, okay, so they did it to him on the Mauser. Well, okay. But he went on to say by the time he was talking to Garrison, And by the time, even talking to Penn Jones before Garrison is up and running, and friends of his and family, he's telling them that the Warren Commission did this to him on these various things about the Rambler. He never says they did it on the gun. And you look at his depositions, same thing could have happened maybe, but why isn't he saying that that happened? He gives this LA Free Press interview in 1968, and they talk about, Penn Jones is with him at the interview with the LA Free Press in 68. And Penn Jones brings up that, yeah, they found, there was a Mauser found on the roof. And it was this guy with the Dallas police that told us about it. And that's how we know that there was this Mauser up there. You would think that would be the perfect point where Craig would say, yeah, and we saw a 7.65 Mauser stamped on the one we found on the 6th floor. Nothing, not there, didn't say it. Neither Penn Jones nor Roger Craig said it in 68, but in 71, so stamped on the barrel. You would think he would have mentioned that. A point that specific, that important, you would think that would have come up before 1971. No, it did not. Now, also, you have to keep in mind that Craig's automobile is getting blown up. He survives all this. He's injured. He's living in pain from his injuries. He's shot at on the streets of Dallas. His car blows up. He's living in fear. He's telling family and friends and Penn Jones about all this stuff. And oh, yes, he's in danger because he knows stuff he's not supposed to be talking about. They're trying to make him one of the dead witnesses. But he survives all of that. And at the same time, his, he's releasing this information about the Mauser. Now, why would he, if he's lying about it being so stamped on the weapon and that it was a Mauser found on the 6th floor, not a Corcano, you could sort of see he eventually committed suicide. For those who don't know, he committed suicide. That's in question. That's disputed. There's reason to dispute it. Some people who research Craig are convinced that he did commit suicide. Ed Tatro says yes, he did. Unfortunately, it's horrible. He doesn't want to think that, but that's what Tatro says. On the other hand, you have other researchers who've done really good research into Craig and honor him as much as I do and sympathize with him as much as I do and see his inherent honesty as much as I do and still see that, the evidence doesn't support that he's telling the truth about this, the stamp on the, or even the fact. And even you trace the way he said it, it doesn't support. So what? So if he was lying about the Mauser, you can sort of sympathize that, he's got these death threats and he's narrowly escaped death many times by this point. And by the time of the film interview in 1969, which is a lot of people have seen it, it's on YouTube. Just search on YouTube for the Roger Craig 2 Men in Dallas film. He's being interviewed, and it was Mark Lane that famously released this film, packaged it and released it. And he tells the whole story, and he says at this point, but still, this is 69. When he's talking about that they found a 7.65 Mauser on the 6th floor. And it's a little late in the game. But by this time, is he being coerced? Is he being, convinced that, we will kill you and we mean business here's what we want you to do. You can tell the truth all you want to about this other stuff. But on this, you're going to say this. And then it starts appearing in his films, in his manuscript, in his letter to Tatro. Late 60s, early 70s is when it starts appearing after he's banged up and has a narrowly escaped death several times. That's the bigger perspective I'm bringing to this. Now, so, okay, the film, Lincoln Carl was the interviewer, film interviewer, and it was 74. Okay, so I'm wrong. It wasn't until the 70s. 71, letter to Tatro, 74, film, April 74, on film, quote, and stamped right on the barrel of the rifle was 7.65 Mauser. And that's when Weitzman said, it is a Mauser, and pointed to the 7.65 Mauser stamped on the barrel. Now you would think before 1971 or 1974, you would think he would have mentioned that somewhere, somehow. No, he never mentions it before then. 1975, February 75, shortly before his suicide, and I'll put it in quotes because I'm on the fence still. Tatro says suicide, and he knows this from his longtime friendship with his sister. Others, have done good research. It's good research. That's why I'm on the fence still. I trust Tatro, but I completely sympathize that the independent research that you will do on this, there is suspicion that it was a fake. It was faked as a suicide. And there are certainly plenty of other examples of that, and I've written about them. So there's that. But new to Tatro in 1975, quote, a 7.65 Mauser so stamped on the barrel. Craig's best friend told Tatro Craig was forced to embellish his original story by disinformation agents among us. That's what Tatro's friend, who was a friend of Craig's, best friend, told him. So that's where we got the fact that he was forced to embellish that, forced to lie about that. And I can understand that as well. And you have to explain. I mean, this has explanatory power. Whatever you do in critical thinking, in scientific research, in any research, for it to be true, it's got to have the explanatory power. That's how we know everything we know about the world, which is science. The thing we know to be true is whatever has the most explanatory power. How the seasons work, why the sun rises and sets, while we don't live on a flat earth. The reason is because of explanatory power. And here, the explanatory power goes to Craig was forced to embellish, quote, his original story after he had been attacked many times and narrowly escaped death. Now, the facts. The tool stamp did not read 7.65 Mauser. If the mark was present at all, it shows the caliber without the name. Now, you will find Mausers that are stamped on the barrel like that, but it's always the caliber without the name. There's an exception, the Chilean and the Argentine Mausers, but the rest of the mark on those two exceptions is in Spanish. Nobody said anything about Spanish. And from the beginning, when they identified the Carcano, even before they used the term Mannlicher Carcano, they used the term Italian weapon. So Spanish wouldn't have made any sense. Once again, explanatory power. Now, do you know Chris Mills?
Yeah, Chris Mills and Ian Griggs did some work on the stamp.
Yeah.
And they said that
So I got in touch.
It was hidden by the scope mounting bracket.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a very good key point. I got in touch with Chris Mills, and he was kind enough to do some research there in London for me. He went to the British Royal Ordnance Factory, and the task I gave him was, are there any Mausers that fit this description? Only 3 could come close to being a lookalike to the Carcano, first of all. Even when you get down to the precision of it, more than just a layperson, only 3 could come close to being lookalikes to the Carcano. The Belgian 7.65 carbine, the Argentine 7.65, and that's the one with the mark that would have to have been under the scope. The Turkish Mauser, but that one has Arabic script. So even though those are close in appearance, once you get down to trying to fit that tool stamp, no, yeah, you can rule them out. Craig added Mauser for a reason. Was it a cryptic message that something is wrong? You know, eventually people who know guns and people who knew guns then, if you knew enough detail about these guns, even then, maybe you would have had to have been a curator of a gun museum like the Royal Ordnance Factory. But there are people around who knew that much detail, and if they heard Craig say this, they would have to wonder. So was it a cryptic message that something's wrong? As of May 15th, 1975 was when Craig died. So shortly after he is saying this to Tetro, and saying it on film, especially, this is April 70 on film, you know, a little over a year later, he's dead. So he's under some sort of pressure, and his best friend said he was forced to embellish. Now, all right, let's get back to the crime scene. Deputy Sheriff Eugene Boone. I was thinking of Mooney. Mooney comes into it at some point, but I was thinking of Eugene Boone. Boone reported twice, 1122, 7.65 Mauser, told the Warren Commission that Fritz ID'd it when it was found. So this is Boone. Craig said Weitzman called it a Mauser right away. But it was Boone, when he reported in his deposition on 1122, and then he told the Warren Commission that Fritz ID'd it when it was found. Deputy Seymour Weitzman, 1123, Saturday, affidavit corroborates Boone. Warren Commission did not call Weitzman to testify. Warren Commission said Weitzman was the source of the error, based on nothing. Now let me back up and say that when the Warren Commission says in the report, when the weapon was found, it contained a clip, they give a footnote. You go to the volume, you look up, you know, the reference, you look up the information, the document, says nothing about the clip. That is a unsupported claim by the Warren Commission, completely made up. They give a footnote because, you know, this is Dulles' thinking once again, that nobody's going to read this. Nobody's going to look up footnotes. And so they give a fake footnote to a document that's not even related to the clip. Anyway, so completely unsupported claim that when the weapon was found, it contained a clip. All right. So far, you know, everything I'm finding is completely, it's not only not debunking Walter Graff, it's supporting Walter Graff. And it's further evidence that the Warren Commission is, you know, making things up in the report. Now, the other thing about the report is the clip was only mentioned one other time. And that's in a list of things that were not dusted for fingerprints. Or were dusted and they didn't find fingerprints, but there was certainly no clip dusted by Lieutenant Day on the 6th floor because it's being filmed and there's no clip. The clip is one of the things you would dust. You know, you're going to dust the trigger, you're going to dust any metal parts, certainly, the bolt, you know, fingerprints don't last long on wood. He dusted all that. We know all the story about all that. They didn't even find any prints on the weapon. They claimed to have found a palm print on the stock later. But one of the first things an experienced crime scene tech like Lieutenant Day would do, he would see the clip. If it was there, he would see the clip in the weapon. He would see that it's empty. He would wonder, eventually somebody would wonder why it's stuck in there. It shouldn't even be in there at all. But, you know, he would take it out and he would dust it for prints because whoever loaded that gun held that clip and inserted it from the top. You can see that on my diagram. You insert it from the top, fully loaded. Now, Oswald supposedly only had 4 bullets in the clip. That's another mystery to this day. You know, if you're going to load a clip into your gun, why not have a fresh clip with 6 bullets in it? But no, he has a clip with 4 bullets in it. Now, who knows what happened to the other? Maybe the clip was already in there. They suggest that maybe 2 others were fired at some other place. There's no evidence of that. But he ended up on the 6th floor. Now, they say he brought the weapon in. Ian Griggs did brilliant work on this, demonstrating it on camera. You can find those films. Ian Griggs demonstrated what you would have to do to put this weapon together and what you would have to do to carry it into the building wrapped in a paper wrapper, tucked, you know, between your hand and under your shoulder. Impossible. It's too long. And the paper bag brings up other issues. Ian Griggs did brilliant work on the paper bag. They made that up. But even if you assembled it, and Griggs showed all the intricate things you have to do and the tools you have to assemble that gun. And Oswald was in a hurry. You're saying, and Griggs proved that, yeah, there's no way he assembled this gun up there. And even if he did, you saying that, you know, the clip was in the magazine while he's assembling it, you know, that doesn't make any sense. So none of it makes sense, and it doesn't add up.
So that doesn't make any sense, the clip being in the magazine, because it would be dangerous to assemble it. And you could inadvertently fire the gun. Is that what you're saying?
The most simple common sense thing to anyone experienced in disassembling and assembling a weapon is you don't do it loaded.
Okay.
So, and you know, Oswald had marksman training in the military. He was a Marine. So, yeah. So bringing what you're going to say, he brought it to the building loaded and unassembled, and it's tucked under his arm, which is impossible because it's too long. And oh man, so yeah.
So in short, Richard, there should have been his fingerprints on the clip.
Yeah,
if he
which
had assembled it, and he therefore there were no prints. It either gets dusted, or sorry, he either cleans it with something.
No evidence. No evidence it was dusted, and the report shows it only. They don't explain any of this. It's only a list in the Warren report of a list of things that didn't contain prints, and the clip is on that list. Those 2 places only. When the
and did they also?
Clip,
oh, I'm sorry.
Carry on,
go ahead.
Peter.
I was just going to say, isn't it true that rifle was a completely different one than what he wanted to order from who they say he ordered it from? That's number one. Right? The actual gun, the scope, everything was a different model than what was circled that he supposedly ordered from Klein's sporting goods store.
I'm convinced of that from the evidence, because you have the photographs, you have the backyard photograph, and then you have Dave bringing it out of the building. You have the photographs of it at police headquarters later that night, and the way the strap is bolted to the stock, 2 completely configurations on that,
right?
And other things that are different about it between those times. And yeah, so that to me is obvious evidence that it's a different gun, even from the one they were setting him up with originally. And you know, you look into the details. I'm not an expert on the ordering of the gun, but people have done magnificent work on this. You know, yeah, he was involved with Congress. He was an undercover agent for various agencies, one of which was a Senate committee, which was chaired by Christopher Dodd, Senator Christopher Dodd, not Christopher, but his dad, who they were investigating imports of weapons, illegal imports of weapons to this country. And one of the things they were investigating was imports of the Mannlicher Carcano. And one of the places where these imports were heading And their investigation was to Klein's sporting goods in Chicago. And what they were doing is they were setting up covert operatives to order these weapons for their evidence, for their investigation. And Oswald was working for the CIA, he was working for the FBI, working for whoever needed a covert operative. And yeah, so that makes sense. That has explanatory power, that they would have tapped a guy like Oswald, would have been a perfect guy to order him to be one of these weapons orderers. And the Carcano and Klein's sporting goods, where he ordered it from under his alias. You know, why he's using an alias? Yeah, well, maybe he's a covert operative for Dodd, chairman of the committee that's investigating this. And so magnificent work's been done on Oswald ordering the weapon, and that doesn't add up either. Not an expert on that, but you can find it and read it, and it's convincing.
So if we go, so Richard, if we go back to the core problem here of the Carcano, so there should have been a clip ejected with the other 3 cartridges, because there was a final 4th bullet in the chamber. That's just the default position, unless it gets jammed. Unless it gets jammed, that's the.
Okay, so Walter Graff and I asked ourselves, okay, so the clip, so Day is bringing the gun out and there's a clip sticking out of it and it's staying there, it's stuck. And we're going, you know, how is that possible? And when I worked with it, when I worked with the gun and the clip, and I worked with an empty clip, I'm not a gun user. I'm not dumb enough to work with a loaded gun, even when I'm testing it. I did get the clip, and I go into this in detail in the book and in that paper, which you can find online as well. The 2 long essays in the book are also still online. One is at the Internet Archive. The Rambler is at the Internet Archive, but this one is at assassinationresearch.net, I believe. And the gun that didn't smoke. And I go into detail about, I'm losing my train of thought. How the clip was stuck. So I'm working with it and I'm not doing anything to the clip. It's just a standard clip. I'm using a steel clip. Oswald was using a brass clip, I believe. There are photographs of this. The Warren Commission, Life magazine did photographs of all this evidence in the archives. Beautiful still life photographs of all this evidence. You can see the clip. So, you know, I try to make it stick by normal operation, but not doing anything to the clip or anything to the gun, but putting it in and rattling the gun, moving it every which way, seeing if I could make it stay in there. Very hard to do. But if you put it in a certain way, if you angle it, you know, there is some fudge room, very little, like a millimeter or 2, where if you put it in where you have it leaning forward or back, it will stick on a machined edge at the bottom temporarily. You can make it hold inside the gun, not sticking halfway out, but holding inside the gun, as long as the edge of that clip stays on that little shelf of that little machined edge, which is very small. The slightest movement will jar it off of there and it'll fall out. But you can make it stick in a non-operational manipulation. And I was able to do that over and over, but I had to be careful to make sure it was angled just right, let it drop down, get stuck on that ridge, and then I could shake it loose very easily. So it's possible for it to get stuck in that way. But I never could, while working the bolt, putting it in with the lever in place, spring lever in place, working the bolt, could never get it to stick. Now, there's an obvious way to get it to stick then, if there's no other way. Bend the edges of this clip out. You know, it's not, you know, thick steel. It's thin steel. And you can bend the edges out. And you can spring it out and make it spring against the edges of the steel magazine that it normally sits in, and you can position it exactly like in the picture. So, okay, so let's add all this up. They find a gun. There's no clip in it. That's the way it's supposed to be. Whoever planted the gun to blame it on Oswald did it right. The planters of the gun knew what they were doing. They knew how the weapon was supposed to operate, the loading mechanism especially. And they set it up for a proper post-firing appearance. Last cartridge chambered, no clip. Nothing wrong with that. So the investigators come to the crime scene. Knowingly or not, they find the gun. I think Fritz knew what he was going to find, what he was expecting to find. But they get momentarily confused. Fritz maybe also. These guys were in World War II. They knew the M1 Garand. That's what they were familiar with. So in their mind, they're looking at a gun, last round chambered, there's no clip. They're going, using their M1 Garand experience, they're going, they forgot the clip. There should be a clip in here. The last round wasn't fired. There should be a clip. What are we going to do? Now it's damage control. They're a little bit of panic. So that's, supposition, but it fits. The next thing we know about the clip is, okay, so it's not there. How does it show up? By the time Day is bringing it out onto the street, it's there. It's not there in the films and the testimony on the 6th floor, but it's there. You would think somebody would have mentioned it on the 6th floor if it's sticking out the bottom, or even if it's completely in the weapon, and you would see it in Allier's films. It's not that hard to see. Even with poor lighting conditions, it's not that hard to see. But there it is on the street, sticking out, stuck. So obviously, they're going, there's got to be a clip in here. It's easy to get a clip. You can say, we know that Oswald, he ordered the gun, he didn't order ammunition, or did he? I don't know. Somebody else will know that. He did. There's no record of any clip of cartridges being ordered. I think there's no record of the cartridges, but there's certainly no record of the clip being ordered by Oswald. You can't just buy any old clip for any old weapon. Oswald would have, if he's mail ordering the rifle, you would expect him. Of course, he could have gone. We know the old argument that he didn't even have to mail order the rifle. He could have just gone to any gun store and bought one anonymously, paid cash. Why would he go through the paper trail of ordering it under an alias of all things? An alias that can be matched to him. And anyway, so here they are at the crime scene. There's no clip. But just as Oswald could have done, they can go to any nearby, weapons store, any sporting goods shop, and buy a clip of Western cartridges. And so I think that seems to be the only thing that makes sense to me. The only thing with explanatory power is that they panicked. They said, we gotta have a clip. They forgot the clip. We gotta have a clip. Somebody goes out and gets one. Maybe they have one in the evidence room at the police department, whatever. And by the time they bring and I've timed this, part of the whole reason to do I did work with using the sun as a sundial on the outer bricks of the building, which we have plenty of photographs, various photographs at all levels, at all the respective times of day. And I was able to determine that, yes, they were up there with the gun for about a half an hour, roughly a half an hour. So there was time for them to round up a clip, get it up there surreptitiously, covertly, and bring it out. But now, they know they're going, oh, okay, thank goodness we have a clip. Let's make sure this clip is shown. Let's make sure that everybody knows the clip is there so that we never have any questions about it, because we have a hard time explaining things if we don't want any questions about the clip at all. So we're gonna bend it out and we're gonna stick it in there, because that's the only way I could do it. It's only why Walter Graf could think it could be done. We bent the edges out. He puts it in there, and that's how he brings the weapon out to the street and displays it. Make sure it's visible to the cameras, the still photos and the films. But now they're in big trouble because very shortly after that, they learn that the Carcano ejects the clip. The clip, they planted it correctly. You can imagine their panic when they learned that. So after that, that's when, about the time he's bringing the gun out, maybe before that, but certainly by the time he's bringing the gun out, reports are all over the media. Local reporters are reporting the gun as all these different kinds of weapons. Did I make a list of that here in my notes? I don't think I did, but there's about half a dozen weapons that is being reported
Argentine,
in the media in
German.
the first hour. Yeah. And here's the thing about that I discovered. None of those half dozen weapons uses a clip at all. M1 Garand does, but they didn't say M1 Garand. None of the false identification media for the gun that was just found and brought out with a clip sticking in it, none of those weapons use clips. So, and then, Day's description, when Day is driving back to police headquarters in the squad car, and they're radioing, there's radio track going on, and he radios in a description of the gun. To this day, we don't have that description. We don't have it in tape form. We don't have it in written form. It was George Michael Evica, who was the editor of this, The Gun That Didn't Smoke paper, did the final editing on it, and we Graf and I credit him as being a third co-author because of the excellent work he did on that. And we based a lot of our foundation of what we found, we based it on his foundings in his book called And We Are All Mortal. That's George Michael Evica. So he was the perfect editor for this paper. And he was another fact checker. He kept us in line too. We fact checked ourselves. And this was back in the early, let me just add this. This was back in the early days of list server chat groups. This was before, this is the early days of the internet, the early days of email. And we had, our dial-up modems, and we had chat groups. And that's how we formed the first online chat rooms of the assassination. And let me tell you, while I'm doing this, while I'm writing all this and researching all this, I'm online with the best researchers in the country, and I'm giving them these details as I'm finding them, and I'm presenting these questions, and I'm presenting my view of what this means, and got all of the debunkers are out there. There's the lone nutters out there. Some of them still active today. I see them around still today, and they were trying to debunk me right and left. They were trying to say you're crazy, because what our findings proved that the ballistics were planted, and if you got planted ballistics, you got conspiracy, and they were against the idea of conspiracy. They were lone nutters. Oswald acted alone. That was it. And so they had to debunk me. And I tested all of these ideas with them. They didn't know that I was writing this paper. Graf and I were writing this paper, but I was just bringing it up in the chat room, and I was putting all my arguments out there, and they were the ones being debunked. They were not able to debunk this. That's why I say in the abstract of the paper that we came up with every conceivable counter argument, and we tested every counter argument. And we think we covered everything. Of course, you never cover everything. The universe doesn't allow perfection. So to this day, that's what we put in a footnote right up front. One of the footnotes says, this is horrible. This is terrible that we're able to, this is what this proves. It's a horrible thing for it to have happened. It's a horrible thing for the country. We, like any sane person, we don't want to admit that this is what happened. But so if anyone at any time, no matter how far in the future you read this, please show us where we're wrong. Please debunk us. And that's a standing request to this day. Not only people have attempted it. Let me tell you this: in later chat rooms at the Education Forum, I was on there for a while. We had a forum dedicated to this subject. People chimed in and called us nuts, of course, and they said, "Oh well, I'm going to show you're completely wrong. I'm going to write a paper on this. I'm going to review your thing." And then, okay, I said, "Great, that's what we want. Here's the paper. Go read it." You know, a week will go by, another week will go by, nothing. Then they'll say, "Oh my God, I've been reading this for 2 weeks and there's still more to it." And then I never hear from them again. And that's been the pattern. All these years, that's been the pattern. Somebody will say, "Oh, I can easily debunk this." You know, trolls, even to this day, they'll say, "No, the clip wasn't bent. What is that, nuts?" But then they'll read more, they'll get into the paper, and they'll give up. Because so far, it looks like we've nailed every possible counter argument. Anyway, but now let me add this about the bent clip. That's the only way we could figure out that it could be stuck like that in that picture, in those pictures. Guess what? The HSCA, the House Select Committee on Assassinations in the 70s, had a firearms panel. And whereas they knew it was strange that the Warren Commission didn't deal with this, because this is how you load the weapon. You know, this is not something you just forget to do. So they had to deal with it. And they came up with the explanation that they tried to veil it, because they said, well, you know, one way, we're not saying this is what happened, but one way this can happen is that the edges of this clip can bend out. The House Select Committee said that. The firearms panel, House Select Committee, they said it. We didn't say it. In the paper, we don't say it's our claim. I quote the Firearms Committee for the House Select Committee. They said it. They said it decades before Walter Graff or I discovered it. That's their theory on how it would be sticking out like that. And of course, if you can find some other way, and I tried to find some other way that clip could be stuck like that in those pictures. And I couldn't find it. If you can find a way that it's sticking out like that, and you can walk around with it and it doesn't move. Now, keep in mind that if you do that and you're trying to prove that it was always in there and that it somehow slipped halfway out by the time we got to the street, you've got to have it in such a way that, all right, he's firing the gun, he loads the last round, the clip is stuck completely inside because you don't see it on the 6th floor. You don't see it in the films and the photos on the 6th floor. So it's not slipping out. It's stuck completely inside. So if you can get it to stick after that last round is loaded, it's stuck, you're fingerprinting it, you're moving it around, you're lifting it, you're picking it up off the ground, you're putting it on the ground, and that clip never moves inside there. And then figure out how it moves by the time you bring it down an elevator and walk it outside. You have to figure all that out, and it's got to have explanatory power.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to develop any more on this, or would you like to go on to the Rambler?
Can I just add a comment?
More than willing,
No.
unless somebody has a question.
Yeah, I had a question. I'm trying to figure out how to raise my hand. I apologize here. I don't know how to do it. But I think one thing that would have been very simple would be the paraffin test. And there was supposedly a paraffin test done at the station and buried in some archive. But the fact that there was, that would be the first thing in your police work you would do if you arrested somebody that says was shooting. You do a paraffin test to see if they had shot a gun. And the second thing is, and I know Neil doesn't want me to bring all of this up, but and I won't. But this is part of what I'm going to talk about in my presentation in a few weeks. But Hoover, he had the story already in the bag. He had the whole story in the bag, and it was the rifle was found on the 5th floor with 3 cartridges. And he knew that right away. That was what he was talking about. So I think somebody screwed up and found the wrong gun. And there are other people. There are other individuals who claim to have found a gun. And so that's part of what I'm going to talk about on the 19th.
Yeah, completely agree that, I can even agree with Penn Jones saying that, yeah, some cop told him they found a Mauser on the roof. Yeah, I'm fine with all that. Completely believable. 5th floor, roof, whatever. But you've got this situation on the 6th floor. And now here's the final thing I want to say about the gun is, and this is what caused the drastic decline in firing tests. People used to like get skulls and put them on stools and go at a distance and fire into skulls and watermelons and all kinds of things. CBS, they do a realistic, semi-realistic. They're up on a tower. They're shooting at a moving target below them at the right distances. They're using Mannlicher Carcanos, Western Cartridge Company bullets, clips, the whole 9 yards. But here's the thing. If you do a firing test and you load that last round and the clip doesn't fall out, you've done it right. If the clip ejects, if you load the last round and the clip ejects, like it does in the CBS film, you have not duplicated Oswald's feat. You are not duplicating the official story of what Oswald did. If that clip ejects, if it is not bent, if it moves at all, when you load that last round, you have not duplicated what the Warren Commission claims happened, and that disqualifies your firing test. And so all of CBS's work is completely disqualified, except for this. They claim that, a good portion of those firings they ruled out because there were problems. All they said vaguely was there were problems with the gun. They never detailed what those problems were, whether it was clip problems or not. It was those tests that they should have brought out as proof, because those would have come closer to what they claim Oswald did. Because the thing about the bent clip, if you bend it out, it no longer holds the cartridges. Remember, it has those ridges on the side, and it's got to stay straight to, hold the bullets at the right point where the ridges are. And if you bend that out, and there is that little bit of, a couple millimeters of leeway, even in the magazine, it's not that tight a fit, because it's gotta fall out. If you bend those edges out, you flay them out so that it sticks in there, it will not hold the cartridges. And when you're trying to load those bullets, they will fall around each other and it will jam the weapon. So, you can't do it. It doesn't work. So, that's the problem. That's why it's proof that and if you plant any part of the weapon, and the explanatory power says that at least the clip was planted, but it also suggests the whole gun was planted, but at least the clip was planted because it showed up somewhere at some point. And that's planted evidence. The clip is the ballistics evidence. It's the way you load the weapon.
Am I right,
And it's
Richard? Am I right, Richard?
completely-
Sorry to interrupt, Richard. Am I right in saying that the FBI or the police, they didn't fire the weapon? They didn't test the weapon to see if it had been fired recently.
That's correct. I got the testimony on that. The Warren Commission's or the FBI's firearms expert, I quote him, show his testimony. he actually says, yeah, we didn't we didn't test it for recent firing. So, of course, why would they? Because that would disprove their whole case against Oswald if they did that. But whether they did it or not, they said they didn't. Of course, they're going to say that because they have to pin it on Oswald. They have to.
And the other interesting thing is there's no photographs of the sniper's nest with the bullets and so forth with a clip on the floor.
There's no clip on.
There's no there's
I'm not
no
the
clip
only
there.
one.
Yeah.
I am not the only one to search extensively for the clip on the 6th floor. Who's the guy who was the Lincoln expert who wrote the book at some point in the 60s? One of the first debunker books that was about the autopsy. He was a doctor, and he wrote the book about the autopsy and the weapons, ballistics. And he did firing tests of his own. I cite him in my book. I just can't think of his name right now. But
Cyril
he was
Wecht?
no.
Oh,
He
that
was
was much later. Yeah.
Yeah. You'll recognize the name when you see it. But yeah, he wrote this book that was famous for a while. It's still brought up by your debunkers. And but I found out that when he was writing that book, he got in touch with Lieutenant Day specifically because he saw the problem with no evidence of a clip on the 6th floor. And he asked Day, he managed to get the question to Day, where was the clip when you found it? He asked him that. And he couldn't get a straight answer. Day knew that he couldn't give a straight answer on that question. So he didn't. And this guy, this doctor who wrote this book in like 66, 67, he has to say in his book, this is the best answer I could get. It doesn't explain it. So I wish I could have.
All right.
He left it as a question. Where was the clip? Yeah. Other people have tried to find that clip on the 6th floor. If you find it on the 6th floor, major discovery if you do.
All right, Richard, I think we need to, just in the interest of time, move on to the Rambler. But I know Gary wanted to ask, let's make this the last question regarding the rifle clip. Gary?
Yeah, Richard, I don't know if you've had a chance or reason to juxtapose Adrian Alba's experience with what was found on the 6th floor. I interviewed him in '86, and he never mentioned a clip. But what's incriminating is that the rifle that we saw in your slide has a commercial strap on it. It has a built-in pad, which makes it commercial. Alba told me that one day Oswald brought the gun, a Mannlicher, into the parking ramp. And he said, I think he said, and I've got it on tape, he said that Oswald or he had 2 pieces of leather belt. And Alba said he was able to use some rivets and attach the strap. The idea being, as any hunter knows, you many times will wrap your forearm around the strap to create stability. But that didn't matter because Alba said he tried to shim the scope, and there's no way even shimming it that he could get it straight. And so, yeah, it seems it's a different rifle that shows up on the 22nd based on Alba's testimony. He said when they handed him the gun during the Warren Commission interview, he said he knew it was the same gun because the bolt was so sloppy that if he had grabbed it just by the bolt, it would have fallen right out. So confusing. Maybe they had both guns and were unwittingly interchanging them with it when they were talking to Alba or somebody else,
Yeah, confusion over the rifle. That's one of my subheads because we dealt with Chief Curry being interviewed by the press about the rifle. The press, and I do a lot of stuff on what the press is doing all this time, trying to, the first two things, if you were a reporter on the ground and the president's just been assassinated, the two things you want to know: who did it? What was the murder weapon? And they get an answer pretty quickly on the first question, too quickly, as a matter of fact, but they have a terrible time getting a straight answer on what was the murder weapon. What's the identity of the murder weapon? They keep asking the question late that night into the next day. They're asking that question over and over. And we quote what Curry is saying. We quote, the very little that Day is saying. We quote J. Edgar Hoover getting frustrated and angry at Curry for mentioning it at all. So there's what we've just spoken about here, and we're about to go on to the Rambler. What we've just said here only scratches the surface of this long essay we did, The Gun That Didn't Smoke. It's almost book length in itself. And I'll say this, that the first half of the essay is the details of the ballistics. The whole second half of the essay is what it all means in the bigger picture. It's more of editorializing in the second half. So, but the whole thing printed out is like 80 pages. So you're gonna get good 40 pages of detail on the ballistics part of it. And if you just want to stop there, fine. But I had to really, factor in okay, if this means conspiracy, as far as we can determine, and prove us wrong if you can, but if this means conspiracy, here's what it means in a wider perspective. And that's the whole second half of the essay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, look, Richard, so obviously a vast chunk of the book is around the Rambler, or should we say Ramblers? We don't know. But I mean, various witnesses identified a Rambler in the railroad area on Houston, pointing north, on Record Street, pointing south, and obviously Roger Craig and the people traveling behind Rambler that was on Elm Street. So, we've got a lot of sightings of a Rambler. And of course, this whole incredible University of Texas Rambler discovery and the whole, George Wing thing is absolutely fascinating. And the possible clues that were left as well is really interesting. So I'd certainly like you to cover your journey in terms of the discovery of the Rambler, but it doesn't end there. It's all the intelligence connections and all the other stuff going on at the University of Texas that makes this whole, it's really complex, to be honest with you. I've read a chunk of that part of your book, but not all of it. And I'm going to have to go back and it's a bit like the Albarelli book. I think you have to go back and, try and reassess. There's just so much information that's in there. But if we could hear about, the core Rambler story and your journey on it and these incredible connections and things that you discovered.
Yeah, okay. Let's start with the witnesses in Dealey Plaza. All right. So, and it's apparently it's a getaway car. Who was the first person to speak about seeing the getaway car, and did anyone else see it? Officially, Roger Craig reported it to Fritz and a quote Secret Service agent. Marvin Robinson was a witness. He was driving behind it on Houston and Elm. Helen Forrest saw it. Roy Cooper, a guy named Roy Cooper, saw it. Richard Randolph Carr saw it, or possibly two exact duplicates of it. Now, this was after I wrote all this, but I eventually came to find that. So, okay, let me give you the basic story. Starts with Roger Craig again. Roger Craig's a deputy sheriff, so he's a credible witness. You have all these others, this guy, Marvin Robinson, says that he almost hit the Rambler because it sort of it's changing lanes, turning onto Elm, and he almost hits it. So that's why Marvin Robinson remembers the Rambler, because he almost hit it. It's like pulling in front of him as it's turning onto Elm. Now, what Roger Craig witnesses shortly after that, and this is like 10 minutes after. Is it 10? No, not even 10 minutes after. This is like, just a few minutes after the shots. Traffic is still moving. It's not like today where they would rope off the entire area. Traffic's still moving through the area. And Roger Craig is in the central grassy area on the south side of Elm Street, where they're looking at bullet marks on the ground. And he hears a whistle sound, and that distracts him. And he sees the Rambler pulling over to the curb on the north side of Elm, next to the grassy knoll. He sees a man running down the grass from the Texas School Book Depository area, running down and entering the car, and the car drives off. Now, he later reports this to Fritz, and he's invited up to the interrogation. This is what Craig says. They scrubbed this from the official record, but we found photographs of Craig there. There are some confusing photographs of people who claim this is a photograph of Craig in the outer area from the interrogation room. That is not Craig, and provably for people who have good facial recognition skills. And he's been identified as a police detective there. And you can see it in his bigger bone structure in his face. It's not Craig. Craig's a younger, skinnier guy with slight facial features. And you can easily identify Craig in all the photos he shows up in. So, but there are photos of Craig in the right areas, not in the interrogation room, but and he actually goes home after he sees all this and does his work, and he goes home. And then he hears that they have got a suspect in custody. He's being interrogated. He calls Fritz from home, and he says, I witnessed a guy. Let me come up and see if I can identify this guy. And so he does. And he goes up there, and he's there present, according to his story, which I believe, when Oswald's being interrogated. And at one point, Roger Craig walks in the room. Fritz turns to Oswald and says, "This man saw you leave." And Oswald replies, without anything else being said, Oswald replies, "That station wagon belongs to Mrs. Payne. Don't try to drag her into this." And we know that only because Craig was there and heard it and reported it. Strange thing. Fritz didn't say anything about a station wagon. He didn't say anything about a car. All he said was, "This man saw you leave." And it was Oswald that volunteered the information about the station wagon and about Mrs. Payne. I go into a lot of detail. I really tried to wrap my head around what he's saying there. And I don't know if you want to get into all that at this point, but let's stick to the basic things, the basic data that's happening here. What I was going to say is, so the car continues on down Elm Street, and that's when Craig loses sight of it. And it's going in the direction where you would go if you were going to go to Oak Cliff. And that's where Oswald ended up, or at least one of the Oswalds. And I am a proponent of John Armstrong's work, Harvey and Lee. But anyway, there are two witnesses that I discovered, John Wesley and Oda Pennington. They were at the Tidy Lady Laundromat at 1227 Davis Street, the corner of North Clinton Street. They witnessed the Rambler in the parking lot of their laundromat. Now this is on the route. If you're going to Oak Cliff, these are the streets you're going to take to get to Oak Cliff. And here it is, right after Dealey Plaza. It's parked in the parking lot of that laundromat. Two guys get out. One guy goes in the laundromat and uses the phone, finishes on the phone. They get back in the car and they continue on. So there's that. Now, all right, back to Roger Craig. Roger Craig correctly identified Lee as the man arrested as the man he saw get into the Rambler. The Warren Commission chose not to believe him because of the narrative they were inventing that Oswald was far from the building by then. Two men who looked alike and using the Oswald identity were at the crime scene and left at the same time, according to John Armstrong. Now, why did Fritz ask Oswald, and why did Oswald speak about Ruth Payne? And why did they leave this out? That's a question. I go into that in the book. I go into the cab story. Now, John Armstrong does a good job of explaining why Oswald both took a bus and a cab and took the Rambler, because there was a doppelganger spy operation going on. The whole Oswald story is about a weaponized look-alike spy operation, which if you read my essay, The Imitation Game, I go into the reality of those types of operations and the fact that the Oswald operation was one of those. And that supports John Armstrong's two Oswalds, Harvey and Lee. Now, okay, so that's the basic story at the crime scene. All these witnesses, Richard Randolph Carr, he was at an elevated position because he was a construction worker on what became the post office that was south of Dealey Plaza, adjacent to the south pergola and the south grassy knoll area. And he was elevated because he was working on an upper floor and he was watching all this as it's happening. And even before, and he remembers seeing the Rambler, a Rambler that fits this description, next to the Texas School Book Depository on Houston Street, facing north, and he saw two men come from behind the depository. We have lots of reports of people leaving from behind back there, and also about how there's entrances back there that you can enter and leave from undetected because there's a loading dock back there, and it's obscured from the Dealey Plaza area. But he saw two men get into this Rambler station wagon, parked next to the building, and then it drives off north on Houston. But before that, before he saw that, he saw a Rambler at the corner of Elm and Commerce, something like that. No, Record Street, not Elm, Record and Commerce, which is behind the old red brick courthouse. He saw a third after he saw it at, okay, it wasn't before, it was after. After he saw the two men get in at the depository and it drives off, he sees it at Record Street and he sees a third man get into an identical Rambler. Of course, he loses sight of it between those two locations, but it's identical, and he sees another man get into it at that point. We don't know if the other two were still in there, or if it was the same driver, even if it's the same car. So yeah, we could be talking about two Ramblers that look exactly alike at this point, and people getting into them at different locations. Now, after Craig saw it, at 10 minutes after the shooting, and this would be shortly after Craig saw the car. Actually, no, it's before Craig saw the car leaving. But Craig immediately, he goes behind the deposit to the railroad tracks, to the railroad track parking lot, which is the parking area for the depository. And the reason we know this is because Craig said it, first of all, but because we have film of it. There was a cameraman, Dillard. I think Tom Dillard was taking stills, and there was the Bell film, I think, being taken back there in the parking lot at this time. And we identify Craig in the film, and we identify him in stills. But the thing about Dillard's stills, and these are in Richard Trask's book, Pictures of the Pain. You can identify cars in the parking lot in the still photographs that Dillard took. And I identified one of the cars back there it's a very distinctive grill. You can only see the front of it and part of the side, but it's the 1959 Rambler station wagon grill. It was different in 58. It was different in 60 and after. It was different before 58. This is a 1959 light colored Rambler station wagon. It was black and white film. Even in the color Bell film, though, it fits Craig's description. At some point, Craig is saying light green, but his initial description, and all the other witnesses only went as far as saying light colored or light grayish colored. And I've always wondered because 10% of the male population is red-green colorblind. The Rambler that I found was the factory paint job of light pink. They had a color that was light pink, and that was the color it was faded. By the time I found this one, it was faded. And if you were even slightly red-green colorblind, you would have a very difficult time identifying the color of that car. And you might very well see it as a light green rather than a pink. But it certainly was a warm gray. I would call it, as an artist, as a trained artist who studied color theory, I would call it a warm gray. There's a difference between cool bluish grays and warm reddish grays. This was a warm reddish gray. Because it was faded, though red paints are known to artists and people who work with paint. They know red paint to be very transient, is the word we use. It tends to fade in sunlight. Sunlight fades red pigments. And that's what happened to, classically to the red paint, that Rambler, that AMC. Now by 54, it was no longer a Nash Rambler. I want everybody to stop saying the word Nash. It's habitual because it was the Nash car company that created the car. But Nash changed its name to American Motors Company in 54. And every car they made after that is an AMC Rambler. They were still making Ramblers, but it was AMC Rambler. But everybody was just used to saying Nash. And they still to this day, because they hear it, they say it. After 54, it was not a Nash Rambler, it was an AMC Rambler. And it makes a difference because we're trying to pinpoint years here. Now, so the paint that they used in 59 for this pink, and people who owned this car told me that, yeah, we called it Pepto-Bismol pink. I don't know if you guys have that over-the-counter drug item in Great Britain, but yeah, Pepto-Bismol pink is for indigestion. It's something you take by the spoonfuls, and it comes in tablets too. But anyway, that was the color. of the Rambler we found, and could have very easily been that Rambler, because in the photographs, you know, this is 63 and it's been in the sunlight for 4 years now, and it could have easily faded to a grayish, warm gray. So there's that. And so it's in the back parking lot, you know, 10 minutes after the assassination. And an identical car is seen with somebody who looks like Oswald heading west on Elm, and an identical Rambler station wagon is seen on Record Street picking up another guy, and on Houston Street picking up 2 guys. Now, let me just insert here a little thing about D.H. Byrd again. You know, the CIA was all over the Civil Air Patrol, because when you're the CIA, you have to work covertly, and especially if you're doing it illegally, domestically, within the boundaries of the United States, which by charter you're told not to do. It violates your charter. It violates your legal existence to operate within the borders of the U.S. Only if there's a foreign excuse, if you're like following a foreigner or you're reading their mail or whatever, that you can somewhat get away with. But to actually operate and do things and cause things to happen and things that are purely domestic, you're not allowed to do that. And so you have to do it extra covertly. And so you're a paramilitary organization. And so you have to have an Air Force. And that's what they use the Civil Air Patrol for, because these were private pilots. These were civilian pilots. Craft. And that was D.H. Byrd's connection to the CIA, because he was Mr. Civil Air Patrol, and the CIA needed the Civil Air Patrol. You know, the Cuban exiles flew those planes. That's why David Ferry did missions to Cuba, flew missions to Cuba, and they flew there in private planes, even as late as the 80s with Brothers to the Rescue, which was an exile group in the 80s, and even the 90s. They were flying private aircraft, doing nefarious stuff. So that's how they use the Civil Air Patrol. Now, but you also need ground transportation, right? So I guarantee, you know, everybody I talked to who knew the Rambler back in '63 and even owned them, they said, this is if you were a young man, the last car you would be seen dead in is a Rambler, because it was your dad's car. It was your grandfather's car. It was not a cool car. And so it was out of style. It wasn't that it stuck out like a sore thumb. It really didn't, because they'd been around. People were used to them, but it blended in. It blended in perfectly back then. It's like seeing a Honda or a Toyota today, or a Hyundai, or whatever. They all look alike today, but that blended in back then. That's a tradition to when I found the Rambler at UT, because by 1989, when I saw this, and I remember the date because it was Kennedy's birthday, first of all. It was May 29th, 1989. And I was doing all my reading. I was months into my reading, detailed reading, and I was once again familiar with the story of the Rambler, which is, you know, everything I just explained to you. It was right in the forefront of my head. And I'm walking across campus to a lunch spot at Dobie Mall. For those who know UT's campus back then, I was walking from the faculty building, faculty club, at 24th Street, which is now a headquarters for the West Campus for the campus police. Back then, it was the faculty club, because there was a big restaurant on the second floor. I was on the 4th floor. That's where University Publications was, where I worked. And I was walking from there across campus and cutting across to get to Dobie Mall. Now, I could have stayed on the main road, but I cut through campus because it's scenic and it's, you know, you see the students and it's nicer. There's some nice landscaping and malls and stuff. And it's relaxing. And so I cut through campus. And I'm going by Bats Hall, and there's a handicap parking spot. There's a disabled parking spot right next to the building. And this is between, the parking space is between the Perry Castaneda Library and Bats Hall. And Bats Hall was the classrooms and offices of the Spanish and Portuguese department. And parked in that disabled parking spot. And one of the pictures I show you is of the front windshield with the disabled parking sticker. And I have the pictures of the Rambler in that parking lot. It wasn't until, sometime in 1990 that I decided, I had to photograph this car. But he always parked there in the same place, and nothing about that car changed, which is one of the strange things about it. Not even the stuff on the back seat changed, not even an inch, not even a half an inch. I could detect no change at all in any detail of that car. And there were some strange things about it, and those photographs show some of those things. But there it was, and all I'm thinking at this point, because it's Kennedy's birthday, the story of Roger Craig's Rambler is on my mind, and I go, wait a minute, look at that car. That's a Rambler. That's an old Rambler station wagon. That could have been like the car Roger Craig saw, and I'd never seen one. I'd probably seen them, but never noticed them before, because it's all about relevance. You notice things more, you hear a word you never knew, and then suddenly you see it everywhere. That's relevance in the brain. And that's what was happening to me, because I noticed it for the first time. I noticed it as a Rambler, and you couldn't miss it. People wonder, how did Craig know it was a Rambler? He saw it from behind. He saw it going west on Elm Street, because on the back in big letters, Rambler, big letters about the size of your hand across the back tailgate. Rambler. That's how I knew it was a Rambler. That's how I knew it was a Rambler. There you go. And that's exactly how it looked to me when I first saw it. And that's how it looked on the cloudy day that I photographed it in 1990. And that's Dr. George Gordon Wing's Rambler station wagon. And so I started looking into it. I was a little scared when, it had a Turista, Mexico, 1964 Turista sticker in the window, the back passenger window. And yeah, 1964, all the numbers are there. It's an official Turista sticker. I did later find out that George Wing, being a Spanish and Portuguese professor, he made, annual trips to Mexico to do research. He wrote about major Latin American literary figures whose names you would recognize. And he went to theater. He did his research in Mexico. See, he was going to Mexico. He even went to, I found out he went to college in Mexico. And, before that, UC Berkeley. That gets into the whole other things. There's a reason why this essay, this paper, I call it a monograph, because technically it's a monograph, but it's a book-length monograph. And monographs can be book-length. The Rambler paper is book-length. And it makes up, that and the gun article make up half the book. But so here we have this Rambler, and it eats at me. My curiosity. I continue to anytime I'm in that part of the campus, I swing by there, and more than not, I see it. I get to know when it's there, when it's not. And when I see it, I'm looking at it, and nothing about it changes. There's these magazines. Now, there's Teresa stickers, 1964. This is 1989. It's got an old Teresa sticker from 64 on it. You would think he would need an updated sticker by 89, but no. Yeah, well, he would need it for going to Mexico as a tourist. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't researched that. But he's got the 64 one on there. He keeps it on there. He's got magazines in the back seat. There's a stack of magazines. They're kind of splayed out. Some you can see the covers on them and see partial covers, and some are completely buried. But you can see the edges, and so you can do a count of the magazine. There they are. That's what they look like. That's what they looked like the first day I saw them, and that's what they looked like when I photographed this in 1990. I forget the exact month, maybe the summer of 1990. But the top one is an Esquire magazine, 1963. The thing is, the ones I could identify, they're all 1963. And so that was weird. And if you look at the back again, there's a bumper sticker on the bottom right bumper of the back. And it's for a woman who, in 1972, ran for governor of Texas, and she's the first woman to do so. And her name is Frances Farenthold, and she went by Sissy Farenthold, and her campaign sticker said Sissy Farenthold for governor, and that's what that campaign sticker says. Now it's worn and it's torn, but those of us who knew Sissy Farenthold and voted for her, I'll admit that. No, well, I let's say I supported her campaign, but I was not old enough to vote until 76. But I knew of Sissy Farenthold. We all knew of Sissy Farenthold. She was famous in Texas, if not nationally. And so there's a Sissy Farenthold bumper sticker. She was very aggressive, very liberal, way more so for the tastes of most Texans, and certainly back then. But she was breaking new ground in feminism and in politics. And she was well respected. She was answered. And she was around when Ann Richards came around, and she supported and brought Ann Richards up through the works. Barbara Jordan as well. They both served in the Texas House. So Texas politics and feminism. That's who Sissy Farenthold was. And so, but now she's on from politics by certainly by 1989. I've recently caught up with what she was doing in 89. I don't know if you're familiar with the name Mark Lombardi, an artist. But he was famous, now deceased, suicide, by the way. Mark Lombardi almost broke to huge fame. He was on the cusp of enormous fame. He did art, which was these huge diagrams. I forget the technical name, but in statistics, there's a name for these kind of diagrams. But instead of diagramming numbers and sets of inanimate objects, he was diagramming conspiracies. Mark Lombardi was diagramming conspiratorial networks in Iran-Contra and in the Dark Alliance situation in San Diego. And he was diagramming all these conspiracies and putting them on display in museums and becoming famous for it. And I haven't read his biography yet. There's a woman who wrote a biography on him and discovered, and in that book, and I'm going to get the book, and I'm going to read it for this reason. In diagramming these conspiratorial networks, one of his sources was Sissy Farenthold, one of his major sources and supporters for doing this type of artwork was Sissy Farenthold. Sissy Farenthold knew stuff, and I do touch on her in my book because I had to deal with that bumper sticker. And while I didn't know about the Mark Lombardi connection until recently, I did find some interesting things about why Sissy Farenthold would know about Texas conspiracies that became national conspiracies. And so I wrote about that. So, but once again, all because of the Rambler and the things about it that were strange. To me, this suddenly became a puzzle. and I couldn't ignore it anymore. By 1990, by the time I photographed it, I was thinking, all right, this is weird. These things are he never moves this stuff. Nothing ever happens to this car. All he does is he drives it home and back to work. And nothing about it changes. And so I said, okay, it's got to be, I got to research it. I got to find out what. I began to see it as a puzzle. And I thought at this point, when I'm seeing it as a puzzle, a possible puzzle, I said, this car could disappear any day. It's old. It could break down. It could get towed. It could disappear any day. So if I'm going to research it, if I'm going to be serious about this, I've got to photograph it. Fortunately, I'm an art major. I've taken photography classes. I know what it's like to be an art major on campus. It's not unusual to see a student or a young person walking around with a camera, taking pictures of everything. And so I knew I could do it without drawing any attention to myself. And so that's what I was. I looked like an average art student or photography student taking pictures of campus scenes. But I was a little paranoid that I would run into George Wing because I'd done the basic research on him being the owner. And I knew he worked in that building, which was right next to where the car was. And so I was always a little scared that I was going to run into him. I was scared of him because I'm thinking, this guy knows something. He's trying to tell me something. I eventually, after all my research is done, and to this day, I thought I should have talked to him. Shouldn't have been scared. I should have been a little scared, but not that scared. I should have talked to him because I realized that he was trying to say something by creating this puzzle. He was doing steganography. The word is steganography, which is hiding messages. It's a kind of cryptography where you hide secret messages in plain sight, messages hidden within messages. And it wasn't until 1990, late summer 1990, that I actually walked into the building. If I did it before this, I don't remember, but by then, and this is like over a year after I first saw the Rambler, but I walked into the building just to get a look at his office and see where he works. And I do it after hours, and hopefully, his car's not there. I know I'm fairly safe. And I photographed his door because on his door of his office is a very complex montage of photos and words clipped from magazines. And it's a very intricate montage, visual montage. And some of the words and pictures were very interesting and seemed to relate both to the magazines on the back seat of the car and seemed to relate to subjects about the car itself. And I finally put all that up on my Substack, and it's my most recent publication. It's just a research tool, but it's a numbered diagram of all of those pictures from the photographs I took of his office door. And the list and the legend identify as much as I can, everything I can about each one of those images. And where I was not able to identify them, they're listed as unidentified. And it's a work in progress, and I'm still working on it. And I've made some major strides that I couldn't have made before reverse image search on the internet. So I've made some major breakthroughs recently with reverse image search. And I do plan for people who look at that and try to do research on it, which I welcome. I'm inviting you to do that. Little difficult with the resolution on the photographs that I posted there. I'm going to get my hands, I still have original negatives and an enlarged print of that I made the legend from. And I'm going to get that out of storage and see if I can get higher resolution images up there. And we can then do really excellent reverse image searches and really maybe identify all this stuff. Because the stuff I've already identified amazingly relate the Rambler and the Pains and stuff. So he was trying to send a message about his ownership of that particular Rambler, and he bought it. You know, it says on the warranty card, which you can show again if you want or not, but it gives the date that he bought it, and it was in April. It was April 26th of 1960. He owned the car at the time the conspiracy was in operation. In
Richard?
fact, I go into this. Yeah.
Your connectivity's become a little bit unstable. You might want to switch off your camera, your video, and just be with us on audio.
Oh, okay.
Because it keeps freezing.
Yeah, there's a bandwidth problem here.
Yeah, no, that's okay. We can hear
It's
you
a
all right.
Saturday, and so everybody's using their cell phones, and I don't have the best bandwidth Wi-Fi here. Anyway, so yeah, so the Rambler's a puzzle. His office door is a puzzle. It's steganography. I've come to be convinced of that because I eventually, and I'm gonna post a thing where I do because in the book, you know, I have the text about my research from the magazines, but I'm going to pull that out. I'm going to see if I can do an essay where I make that clearer, because I eventually got a hold of those magazines, and I opened them up and I read them, or I read them on microfiche, and there's amazing things in those issues that relate to the Bay of Pigs, that relate to Kennedy. The letters to the editor are by people who later wrote books about the assassination. Those connected to the library books, and I'll include that because it doesn't carry over to the importance of the puzzle as I was unraveling it, where it led to. But all the connections, I'm asked, how did you know about all these connections? What, how did you discover all of these Texas connections to the assassination? And my answer is simple. I just followed the breadcrumbs that George Wing left, starting with that Rambler. And so I became convinced that he sort of a last ditch effort. He was in ill health. He knew he didn't have long. He died in 1991. Amazingly, coincidentally, on the day that the movie JFKA was released, that's the day he died. And I think that it was just a Hail Mary. He was frustrated. He was probably angry. He had something to do with the conspiracy because he obviously knew about it. He knew about the Rambler, which back then, it was not a huge topic of discussion. People knew about the Craig story, but nobody had any inkling that, anybody. A guy named Dennis Ford had written for Third Decade, had written an article about how, if there's any chance, this was a real car that Roger Craig saw. If we ever have any chance of finding that Rambler, if we ever find that Rambler, it was obviously part of the conspiracy, and it would be major evidence of conspiracy. Little did Dennis Ford know when he wrote that essay that I was well on my way to identifying that very evidence. And Dennis Ford showed up at the Providence, Rhode Island conference where I was presenting my paper. And in fact, back then they were more like scholarly conferences, and you had a peer reviewer. And Jerry Rose, who ran the conference, picked Dennis Ford as my peer reviewer. And so I gave my talk on the Rambler paper, and then he gave a talk about his peer review of the Rambler paper, and he endorsed it. He said, yeah, it looks like Bartholomew found a rat's nest at the University of Texas of conspirators in the JFK assassination.
Richard, sorry to interrupt. On that note, could you move on to the George Wing's history, the intelligence connections at UT, or in fact, the fact that CIA were going into all the universities at the time, and the ROTC program. Can you just elaborate a little more on that, because that's fascinating stuff.
Okay, so I'm searching the record. I'm still reading about the assassination in general, and I'm thinking, I'm always asking myself, what's George Wing trying to tell me here? And I'm still afraid to meet up with him and talk to him. I did one amazing day when I had film left in my camera. I spotted him driving the car, leaving campus, and I got off a shot. I didn't have time to set the camera or focus or anything. I just raised the camera. So I'm driving by, raised the camera, shot it. It was right, is at the exact right shutter speed, just by chance. And I got this great shot of him driving his car with a cigarette sticking out of his mouth. And that's Dr. George Gordon Wing, Spanish and Portuguese professor, driving his Rambler. And you can see how it looks like a warm gray, and that's what it looked like. It's a little overexposed in this photo, but that's what it looked like. I have a video. Go to my Substack and get the video, Rambler search video. By the time I met up with, a couple months after I met Jay Harrison, he asked me if we'd ever searched the Rambler. I said, no, all we've done is preserve it. We've changed nothing about it since we bought it. It's in the exact same condition as when we bought it. We just brought it here and parked it here. It was in the same parking driveway that Jay Harrison was now living at in his van. And so he was seeing it every day. I wasn't seeing it every day by this point, but he was. And he asked me if we'd ever searched it. And he said, okay, let's search it. I have my police search skills and I have my search kit, and let's get Steve to video it. And that's the video of our search of the Rambler. That's there now for everyone to see. You can find that you can find it online. You can find it on YouTube and other sites. But there it is at Substack. So we really looked into this. We bought it. There's a whole story to that, but let me go to your question specifically. Yeah, so I was vaguely aware that the CIA recruited, they do recruit on campuses. John Judge was famous for actually setting up a table during these recruiting sessions, trying to talk people out of joining the military and the CIA. He would set up a table right next to him and talk everybody out of it. That was John Judge, who founded COPA. So I was aware of it, and there were books out that dealt with the CIA on campus. I cite the books that I was reading in my paper on that. And also there was already, the CIA whistleblower Philip Agee had already become famous by this time. And he, I don't know if he had exiled himself to Cuba by this time, which he had to do eventually. But I saw him speak on campus. And then after Agee, another CIA agent came out as a whistleblower, John Stockwell. And I definitely saw him on campus, went to his speech, which was packed in a huge ballroom on campus. So he was famous, and I eventually got in touch with him and was able to talk to him. I read his books that were coming out, and he said outright he was in ROTC at the University of Texas. And he said, yeah, CIA recruited out of ROTC at the University of Texas. And who was a big backer of ROTC on campus, but the university chancellor that we mentioned earlier, the Ransom Center, the namesake of the Ransom Center, Harry Ransom. ROTC was one of his big things. Now get this, I also later found out that Harry Ransom was OSS. Harry Ransom served in the OSS. And of course, so he was buddy with CIA. Of course, he would allow CIA to recruit from ROTC because he was a big backer of ROTC and he was OSS. So that's Harry Ransom. That the Ransom Center is named after. There was just, I was standing next to, I was on the street corner where the Ransom Center is when I took that photograph of Wing. That was that street corner, 21st and Guadalupe. So I was standing in front of the Ransom. That's the Ransom Center. Everybody knows UT knows the Ransom. Everybody who knows libraries worldwide knows the Ransom Center. Anybody who knows where Woodward and Bernstein's papers are held to this very day on Watergate, they know the Ransom Center. And that's who Harry Ransom was. He was a spook. He ran the University of Texas. And that's how the CIA had access. Now, I also discovered that because I worked for a time at the University of Texas Press, they were the ones who published books by university faculty, and they published books by one John Dulles, who was John Foster Dulles' son, and the nephew of Alan Dulles. And guess what? I found out that he was an adjunct professor at the University of Texas. Guess which department? Spanish and Portuguese. Yes, John W.F. Dulles, the son of John Foster Dulles, the nephew of Alan Dulles, was a fellow Spanish and Portuguese professor with George Gordon Wing. And so I started looking into George Wing's background, and I discovered, this gets into a little bit of supposition at some point, but if you read my essay on Substack called, oh boy, it's getting late. Anyway, I have an essay where I go into, it's the abstract for the Rambler paper. You can either read that abstract, the introduction to the Rambler paper is the abstract for it, and it's in supposition form what I think all the research I did over decades, all the evidence in that abstract is what I think it all points to. And it goes back to the assassination of Leon Trotsky. It goes back to the CIA in Mexico City, the founding, as a matter of fact, of the Mexico City station, which played a major role in making Oswald a patsy and framing Oswald. Back in the early 50s, when the stage just getting actually started, I was able to track George Gordon Wing to Mexico City College as a student, an older student, because he had served in the Navy in World War II. And so he was going to college on the GI Bill, probably. And so he got his undergrad at Berkeley and did some post and his doctoral, and he did some postdoc work at Mexico City College. And so in 52 or so, he's at Mexico City College. Guess what else is going on? And guess who's founding the CIA station in Mexico City at this time when George Wing is a student down there? It's a guy named E. Howard Hunt, CIA agent named E. Howard Hunt, who knows a professor at Yale named Burnham, James Burnham, who was OSS, and Burnham was a covert operative before there was a CIA probably for the FBI, but covert operative who infiltrated communist organizations. Came right out and said he was FBI, but FBI was doing that kind of thing. And James Burnham, who was later professor at Yale, who knew E. Howard Hunt, was one of the leaders of the American Trotskyist movement You know, there's a lot of stuff about Oswald being a Trotskyist and associating with the U.S. Communist Party, but not just not the American Communist Party, but the Trotskyist faction, which was the bigger organization of communists in America and worldwide. They were an international group, the Trotskyists, led by Leon Trotsky, the exile from the revolution in Soviet Russia. And the guy who ended up in Leon Trotsky ended up in Mexico City, where he was assassinated. 1940. And the lead at the time he was assassinated, and even before that, there were two guys who were heading up the Trotskyist organization in America. And one of them was James Burnham, and then the other one was a guy named George Lyman Payne. And guess who George Payne was? Payne was Michael Payne's father, heading up the Trotskyist movement in the U.S. alongside James Burnham, the Yale professor who knew E. Howard Hunt. Now, there's another guy that comes into this because there's a student at Yale. At the time, E. Howard Hunt is recruiting students out of Yale and getting recommendations for which students to recruit for the CIA out of Yale from James Burnham is William F. Buckley Jr., who went on to found the National Review magazine and became the editor of it, and became the voice of conservatism in the United States. He had the syndicated program Firing Line, which has been rebooted and is still around to this day. But William F. Buckley was the TV show Firing Line, where he'd bring on politicians, interview them. It was usually run in Sunday afternoons after the morning Sunday political talk shows. And he was known as a brutal interviewer. And you did not go up against William F. Buckley Jr., who was a very out intellectual. And he's the glue that kept conservatism from going MAGA for decades. And it's only, I had this whole scenario in my mind, and I've done research on this, and it measures up that the crazy Tea Partiers that became, MAGA, they didn't really come out of the woodwork until William F. Buckley Jr. died, because he held them in check. William F. Buckley Jr. was the intellectual conservatism and gave it respectability, which it always had that fringe element. Donald Trump and the MAGA movement today, they were the fringe back even in 63, they were the fringe. In the 50s, they were called the John Birch Society. And everybody knew they were nuts, but they were kept on the fringe by almost completely solely by William F. Buckley Jr. and his intellectualism. He gave conservatism respectability. And one of his masterpieces was Ronald Reagan's presidency. It was created. And Buckley was doing this before Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh, as Buckley is leaving the scene of politics, getting older and stepping aside, but still publishing National Review, that's when Rush Limbaugh starts making inroads into, talk radio. And that's the beginnings of the fringe eventually taking over. And that's what we're dealing with right now in our election here, is fringe conservatism after the death of William F. Buckley Jr. But that doesn't mean Buckley was a good guy, because Buckley was a student at Yale. He became famous because he wrote a book called Man and God at Yale, and he got the attention of a lot of people, including James Burnham, who recommended William F. Buckley Jr. to E. Howard Hunt. And E. Howard Hunt, Buckley's family went back with Allen Dulles and his family back to the Wilson administration. And I go through all this in the book. I spell out all this history in the book. And so, of course, E. Howard Hunt, who is one of Allen Dulles' favorites at CIA, is going to like Buckley, because Buckley has all the skills. And he does. He recruits Buckley into the CIA, And the first assignment E. Howard Hunt gives, you'll recognize the name E. Howard Hunt because he became a Watergate burglar. So this is all floating around in my head at the time. Now, the assignment he gives to his young friend, William F. Buckley, and his young recruit, William F. Buckley Jr., is to go to Mexico City and make contacts among the students in Mexico City, informants for when we get started on the Mexico City station. And that's what Buckley does. He's the advance man for the Mexico City station for the CIA in Mexico. At the same time, George Wing is a student at Mexico City College. Now, so there's a lot of distant dots here. Yes, I admit they're distant dots, and I admit this is supposition. But this is where we get leads, these conspiratorial leads, and we follow these leads, and we fill in these dots as much as we can. There's one other dot that I was able to fill in, and that's in a little book that I was led to through the breadcrumbs that George Wing left. There was a book called Who's Who in CIA that was published under a pseudonym in Germany in '68. And it became known to, people who were researching covert operations and covert action, the counterculture mainly. And that was one of the books that George Wing's clues led me to, and even specific pages. And one of those pages included a little detail about the international, some CIA conduit for funds from the CIA to students that were disguised as student grants. And guess what? I got all of George Wing's personnel records through the state's Freedom of Information Act, which is called the Texas Records Act or something like that. And I got all of George Wing's personnel records, a big old stack, a big stack of records. Going through that, I discovered that he had noted on a resume that he got a student grant from this very organization that was getting money from the CIA. He got one of those grants. It doesn't say I got CIA money as a student in Mexico City at the time they're founding the station and recruiting informants. All it says is I got a student grant from this organization that gives grants to foreign students. And so there's that. That was another major dot that I connected with George Wing. But here he is later working alongside Jack. He was nicknamed Jack Dulles, John W.F. Dulles. You look him up, you'll find the books he's written. He was an expert on Brazil and all the shenanigans that went on there. The coup, the 64. Do you know there was a 1964 coup in Brazil? That's the kind of stuff that Jack Dulles was an expert on. So, all these things are fitting together. You've got ransom, you've got.
So, Richard, the modus operandi of the intelligence agencies here is to recruit language students. We can talk about Spanish and Portuguese linguists because obviously they're very useful when it comes to South America.
But let me take that connection, that specific thing, back to the Kennedy assassination. Because at the University of Texas, I haven't mentioned the name of the guy who owned the car dealership that sold her, but his name was Cecil Bernard Smith, went by C.B. Smith, buddy of Lyndon Johnson's. And he was a major donor to the University of Texas. And one of his main things that he liked to give money for was Portuguese and Latin American studies. That was a big thing to him. He had been a student at UT in that. And UT famously has the Center for Latin American Studies. And it is a major institute for that. One of the earliest institutes for that. There was one in California, one at I don't remember if it was exactly Berkeley, but yeah, California. Yeah, it was at Berkeley. Now, so they had one, and that would have been a pet project also of Ransom. but certainly of C.B. Smith, the guy who sold Wing the Rambler. And Wing, I found out, was on the board of directors of the Center for Latin American Studies. And then you go to the LBJ Library, and I'm doing research there. I have a researcher's card there, which is a scary place because they need to know a lot of personal information about you to give you a researcher's card to access the reading room at the top floor of the LBJ Library. It's a spooky place, especially not in the exhibits on the first floor, but when you get up to the reading room and the conference rooms on the 8th floor. And because I knew at the time the head of the LBJ Library was Walt Rostow. Walt Rostow was to Lyndon Johnson as Henry Kissinger was to Nixon. And I have on my Substack article about issues we have not now anticipated. I have a picture of Rostow and Kissinger and LBJ all sitting together having a big laugh. That's Walt Rostow. And I go into extreme detail on Rostow, and not as extreme as other people have done since then, but you'll get a really good feel for who Walt Rostow was. And this is the guy who was just down the hallway from the reading room and knew everything about what everybody was reading. If you checked out something to read in the reading room of the LBJ Library, Walt Rostow.
We've lost him.
Let me ring.
His Wi-Fi was getting a bit twitchy, wasn't it? Oh, here we go. He's back.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Richard. We lost you there, though. We can hear you now.
Yeah, I noticed my screen went wonky here, but we seem to be back.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's more CIA stuff. That's the Center for Latin American Studies. And what I found in the reading room under the watchful eye of Walt Rostow was a very important document. The letters that George de Mohrenschildt was writing to LBJ. And de Mohrenschildt was suggesting to LBJ that they build a center for Latin American Studies at the University of Texas. That was the subject of de Mohrenschildt's letter to Lyndon Johnson, to be built on the campus of the University of Texas. And so there it is. You bring it back to the Kennedy assassination and the CIA, to George de Mohrenschildt, having a major interest in all this stuff that involves George Wing and Jack Dulles and Harry Ransom and C.B. Smith, who got the Rambler. We haven't done a lot more about the Rambler. I mean, we've gotten past the Rambler, but let me just bring it up to this side of this subject. I got from who is the CIA guy, the guy who ran the Cuban exile organization, Patrick, that's part of his name. I'm blanking on it, but he's the guy who talked a lot in later years, but nobody believed him. Some of what he said was true, but he did a lot of disinformation. But Hemmings, Patrick Hemmings. And so I got a chance to talk to him and about the Rambler, because there were stories about a Rambler that was owned by some of the guys whose names came up in the Kennedy assassination in Florida, and all the names are in the stories. But there's a story about a Rambler, identical, same year, same model, same paint, that's seen in Florida, and it's being used by these CIA guys as for gun running. And they're driving it to Mexico. And there's a story about one of these trips to Mexico running guns where they get found, they get arrested, they get discovered for their gun running.
Are
and
you
they get
talking
arrested.
about? Are you talking about Lauren Hall and Lawrence Howard?
Yes, I'm talking about those two guys, Lauren
Yeah,
Hall and Lawrence
they
Howard.
got arrested, didn't they, with all the guns in the car?
A lot of people told me that Howard owned a Rambler station wagon. He owned a Rambler station wagon. A lot of people told me that. And when I looked into it, yeah, that was his Rambler station wagon. In this story about the trip to Mexico, gun running, the car gets impounded in Mexico. And then I find out another small world aspect of this. The rest of this story, there is an auction house here in my little town of Pflugerville, the bedroom community of Austin, Texas. Just, walking to, I was born in a house, not in the house, but in the hospital. And I was an infant in the house that was just walking distance from the Harlandale house. And then I end up in Pflugerville, where I'm speaking to you from now. And right down the street, walking distance, is an auction house owned by a family who inherited it from their father. The woman in the family inherited it from her father, Boots Truesdale, and I name him in the book. And the auction house for estate sales and things like that began. He had to kill it because he had the federal contract for purchasing and auctioning off impounded vehicles. Criminally impounded vehicles was his business. And they still have that contract in the family at that auction house. And I've been to their vehicle auctions of used police automobiles and automobiles that were obtained through criminal activities and impounded. Boots Truesdale had that yard, and guess what? It was only like a mile from CB Smith Motors, the dealership where Wing bought this car. Now, so we have Lawrence Howard's Rambler that's identical to this car by all the people who told me about it. And it's now impounded. And I found out where those impounded vehicles go. Where was Boots Truesdale getting his impounded vehicles from? Well, guess where they go? They go to Houston. They are put in storage in Houston, and the people who have the contracts to resell these cars get them from the impounding point in Houston. And the whole story, and Hemming told me this, and I found it in other sources. Lawrence Howard, I think, tells it himself that the car was impounded and it ended up in Houston. End of his story. That's where his story ends. Where my story begins, as far as I was able to trace it back, as far as the ownership of this Rambler that I found, is that Boots Truesdale, who knew C.B. Smith, by the way, and was only a mile from C.B. Smith Motors, and C.B. Smith would get his used cars from Truesdale. Because I found that out from his daughter. And so that's where he got his vehicles from, because they impounded them in Houston. And this car fits that trail. This car that has huge explanatory power. Boots Truesdale would have purchased Lawrence Howard's Rambler station wagon from the impounding point in Houston. He would have brought it to his yard down the street from C.B. Smith Motors. C.B. Smith Motors commonly bought vehicles or in auction or whatever from Boots Truesdale. And then the next time we see that car is when George Wing buys it from the salesman who is the son of C.B. Smith Sr., C.B. Smith Jr., whose wife, who by that time is ex-wife, ends up working for Macmillan Publishing in the Texas School Book Depository building, and is working there the day of the assassination, while an identical Rambler station wagon is parked in the railroad parking lot just outside at the time of the assassination. So that's, that's the trail that I was led to. And yeah, it's supposition, but it has enormous, once you get into all the details, and even though there are missing dots in the connected dots, I guarantee you, the more dots you find, the more they're going to connect, because I think we have the truth here. And because that's what happens when you find the truth. It doesn't matter how many dots you find, they're all going to eventually be a Seurat painting of nothing but dots that you can clearly see the big picture of.
Well, Richard, I think we're coming up to 4.5 hours, is it? Maybe the record. We've had a couple this long. Yeah, I mean, there's so much more we can explore. I mean, I haven't read all of the stuff on the Rambler in the book. It's an incredibly long essay, but there were snippets at it that really were fascinating. I didn't know that the driver was in custody at the Dallas Police Department, and that Eugene Bradley may have facilitated his release. This is according to Roger Craig. That's just a fascinating snippet, certainly. There are so.
Remember when you told me that you were going to get my book and read it? Remember, I apologized to you.
Yeah,
because I knew how dense it was. It is Alborelli dense.
it is.
And I apologize.
I mean, we had to cut short the rifle clip. There was so much more we could have talked about, to be honest with you. But I think you lay that out in that essay.
Yeah, like I said, we've only scratched the surface here. This is the tip of the iceberg. And imagine how long it would take to verbally give everything that's in the book.
Yeah,
I'm trying to do condensed.
Yeah,
I've gotten better. I've gotten better in my writing, and if you read my shorter essays, I've gotten better.
Yeah, I mean, that's some of the stuff on the Substack. Sure. I mean, I think. For those on the call still and anybody else when we upload it, I would recommend they get your book. The detail is incredible, and certainly a lot of the connections and links. Granted, some of it is supposition, but the connections are just off the chart. We didn't get to talk about so many other areas of your research. We didn't talk about Schwartz and Dowtex. We didn't talk about your brother's relationship to the detective who last spoke to Oswald. We didn't talk about your views on John Connolly. The whole Mac Wallace, Joan Mellon thing was, on the list. Admiral Berkeley, the fact that you interviewed Johnny Brewer with Ian Griggs and a couple of other researchers. Bill Moyers, we didn't talk about. I mean, there's so many things that we didn't get to talk about today, which I think we ought to have you back, to do a second session on these other areas of your research. But it's great stuff, incredibly detailed, and thank you very much for giving up your time to do this.
Very welcome, and we can do this, and I'm more than willing. And I knew it would go this way because I knew the detail involved. I knew the difficulty of doing it verbally. Yeah, and you're right. Yeah, this can only be done in subsequent sessions.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely have you back to look at the other subjects. Next month, Peter is doing some stuff on witnesses and images in TSBD and Dealey Plaza, and obviously Bill will be back to give you his thoughts on the TSBD. I think he'll probably be focusing on the second one, actually, the Lone Star TSBD, which was around the sort of Parkland trademark area Harry Hines, on Harry Hines Boulevard and Industrial Boulevard where they meet. I think he wants to talk about that, but obviously having him back means that we can at least discuss all aspects of 411 Elm as well. So I'll invite you along to that for the next session. Any other comments or questions before we just wrap this up from those that are still left? No? Okay, all right.
Echo your thoughts. Thanks so much, Richard.
Very welcome.
Okay, all right. Take care, everybody, and we'll see you next month.
See you guys. See
See you,
everybody.
Tony.
See you
Bye.
later.
Thanks again, Richard.